switching to the other region.
Yeah.
But after assign ababio, you get it. Assign ababio, ama yenya ababio this point. You get it. Nti we see a share at the NDC, so no share the NDC, the trend analysis, how almost so Ghana votes the central region. Anyhow, because you share the MPP there, Emia Akoma, Ubiaba say the MPP about Ashanti region because region,
yes,
I say region man numbers,
yes,
into about the region about share running mate in Komaba say it should be from the Ashanti region because Ashanti region no say ebaha when we have it. We know how to receive it and we know how to give it to you. And in the central region, I hear case now. Well, because apart from former President John Dramani Mahama, it has been the central region for the NDC in terms of running mates, running mate. At a point, Umbenya flag bearer, Umbenya president. But when you share how Sadiman is
right. So John, on say 2016 and 2020 make I say 2 elections and the presidential MPP ashe a year NDC.
Okay.
2016 MPP FI 2020 crown na enyeme more den edema a year MPP no still central region mo five.
Yeah.
Na BBC sign e parliamentary nim. Out of the 23 seats no in 2016 na MPP ekuta 19 seats na MDC kuta 4 in 2016. Don't forget, so going into the 2016 elections, now the running mate to John Dramani Mahama, the late Kwesi Arthur.
Yeah.
Or no, as somebody who free, you will no try to free central region, no, ultimately 4 seats per and a demand a year NDC.
I don't know the paper.
Okay.
Why?
But the performance at to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia na ono so ye running mate to John to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Sir John, one gasa uhuni say na emuwa because we are running later, especially coming from a certain region. No, na party no expect say obe perform pa obe boy juma pa. But between Kwesi and Mr. Arthur, the late Kwesi and Mr. Arthur, any Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia no, ultimately say Mahmoud Bawumia born in modern a year northern region as compared to a year Kwesi and Mr. Arthur. Nanko also unya a lot of votes any seats edema a year NDC and Kobasa. Sir John, 2016, out of the 23 seats was central region, na MPP kutemu 19, NDC no kutemu 4 pe. In fact, going after 2016 elections, NDC elusu 12 seats in the central region. 12, Sir John. 12 seats in the central region. And the NDC lusu here in 2016. MPP enya 12 seats. It is 12 seats na NDC lusu here no. MPP jini nyina free NDC for some in 2016. Sir John had the seat 2020. Who was the running mate to John Dramani Mahama in 2020? Professor Jane Nana Opoku Agyeman. Good. And that was the first time. Don't forget, sir, the late Kwesi Mr. Arthur Oko 2012 running mate, right? And also called 2016 running mate. Good. Professor Jane Nana Opoku Agyeman was the running mate to John Dramani Mahama in the 2020 elections. And Ufri Central Region. Wabas high elections in the mono. 4-seater na ekura NDC before 2020 elections no. After 2020 elections no. NDC winning 9 seats at the Beka home. It's total of 13 seats in the Bekura a year. The National Democratic Congress say 13 seats in the Mukuta Central Region. MPP elusu 9 seats. And MPP ekuta 10 seats. from 19 about 10, from 4 for NDC in 2016 about 13.
Okay,
so it tells you say adia how can see Mr. Arthur Entimianye for the NDC in the central region in 2012 and 2016 no Professor Jena no Pokwajiman and just 4 years pay
Akoma 87.9 FM you saw the coverage of the NDC manifesto launch at the Ebro ya call na ya ne Kwame Asante MJ reporter or central region say ka say woniba yan call na ene Kwame ni nkomo Kwame na apomba kwa there great na central region whenever what to say outside nano anyway the nkomo send situation is here preparing towards the launch of the NDC manifesto kwame boya mania e dey na koso in the central region whenever Kwame otimika my answer fell because land is very bad my entire answer fell here right Kwame Asante reporter central region into NDC manifesto launch na iguswa yede ebro no na the CIA yakasei na ye share the impact and the trend analysis yes. From the central region as far as the NDC
and the MPP
are concerned and on komo na iguswa na ye bia na ose Kwame Asante so emas o sha say
it's a joy trabutu
in trouble to asin they are winning the
presidential parliamentary but nyina no o share gap na e very marginal because see Sir John currently 2020 results Nana Danko Akufo-Addo meka de na meka MPP ekuta 52.71%. Nominal figures no 602,111. Okay, my uncle has said the situation is it here. Said the work and Mamano Kwame this time. I'm sure say Benjamin you come to me. Wow. Hello Kwame. Right, very bad. My Yansan tribune na Yane Kwame. You better say you team woman share. So the euphoria no sit here and central region. You see, Emma, we are looking at the entire region because even though specifically the program concerned, but we are sharing the entire region. Now you're zooming into that analysis near them. Then you look at that area now you do commonly because you see pictures are every year. The difference between I don't know if the NPP they are not organization is different from this one. But you see this, you see the numbers here outside. Yeah. Outside the premises now. Yeah. You see said here tents and I mean raising canopies there. Arranging fire service, everything set. Security is also very yes. Both military and then police now exactly. So another person it me Emma Akoma Asante na was sentimental the NDC supporters waha omunyina monitor Akoma 87.9 for bitimi ati ase de ekoso but so yen so with the analysis na it is a John o share impactor Jena na Opokwajiman by virtue of figures and on say science and data or they ama the National Democratic Congress it tells you say NDC currently a year running mate or you're very strong in the central region. Very strong in the central region. Timanimisa Kwame Asante na yenyu feel say indeed if say Jane Nana Opokwajiman Prof or you're strong said you can an impact you need to say the central region. Kwame this time I'm sure say and you bet me as I see any as how euphoria no sit here trust and for natural
saying Anna Central Region I received the NDC ahead of the launch.
Something to talk about and reflect on election day. Which means NDC results, Central Region. Will come to University of Education, Bahana, and once and to IDP other people and once and to and yeah, you don't have to plan and then far a Wahano, not just it's legal and Kaya and not the universal, and idea, a day who is a papa. And certain three main groups, every University of Education, Universe, Campus, every area of the area of my university, the one in Campus, every idea, a new class. Now, traffic actually every main group, every university, and about also, every actually main group, every campus inside, and that's a bit of and no HSS and then the ESS will be at the implementation for the show, and I shall one of every one of IDP, one of ever added, and some of you are everything I'm going to say on track. Manifesto, yeah, I say that the area about shooting. Now, I'm going to say another time, any information over here. One of the NDC administration as to check and come out of a one of the question on a and Yama would why that's a key point. Everyone the question down, and then the time out the one and yes, that is actually done as what that. So, a check of that kind of action, so then I'll give you and NDC administration at that. National Youth Manifesto was found to man. University of Professional Studies, GPS, and Kaya. It's the other point about what you say, yeah, that's a big and it's more admission to tertiary institutions. Maybe no, 12 years, so that's what I do. So I'm not one of them to check issues here, you know. Whatever non-student loan trust fund, extra apple, down to say, and I believe, look at the Manifesto. One of every area movie, a far other function, we are 24-hour economy, and now all idea, which I said, and not every woman, and maybe I could say, Manifesto, not other power and to enemy. Now, many of the people episode, I'm not to do that. Down to and as we are fantastic, and 24 hours and I educate for one. Whatever you got, if you only last week, and you let the money, we have to take your yes. You know, to check and to go over the last year, you have to look at that Germany, Mahama, and listening to. Now, it's my dad, and then let's see how for the Bastion. The success is so that I think, yeah, about the Ghana. If you did anything, you didn't get in touch every year, but that's just you did not know these. Yeah, when I first went to the investment, we're more able to student trust fund lesson. Now, or more extra ability, above now to say, and to say, yes, I will be 24-hour economy in Lano, but there's no money, and that's what one able to say that to be a good now, in a nutshell, or one discovery, empty to be honest, and your empty manifesto, where the dear Papa, and that's what empty to follow offer. And I before every papa, you know, and I was about every other last week. Now, all arguments, not as I said, but to me, other than so, but we are enemy, the one that never be achieved, not by the rap, and it's so that, not to be able to the fear, and then the factor. There was a as vice president, and the rap national. So, it's really can't see me now. It's a man who can. That of what extra Mamma and some of you have to work with you. Any song is here and the return all and I say home. Without anything else, how to say they are not like I said, the report is teaching members of Parliament, so whether the minority side in Parliament, the women are at the table all hard. The women are my son, I'm not a good one now. Then I see. The rest of our finance minister, we are the last before ever hard. That's to say, and I know that we are now that the man and the PR and the we are up at night at the table all hard. The way to say, yes, it's that at the table all hard. It's the end of the picture. Yeah, and it is a person. We are Central Region 12 and University specific. Our coming the National Democratic Congress ahead of manifesto launch no meka sɛ asɛ ni yɛ papa san sɛ ɛdɔm a ɔmade pii no wɔ ha no ɛyɛ ade a ne ankasa no yɛ ba no maa sɛ sɛ yɛbɛba abɛto nipa bi sɛ anaasɛ nipa bi sɛ yɛbɛba ha aba abɛgye sɛ ɔmo bɛsi manifesto no ɛbi nti
Kwame, beyond the Yadin Komo, Mamisa said, party for Nankasa no. And there no share any from the manifesto because apart from party for only man for Kasa on the comedy, but party for Nankasa, Mabuna, who are more honor. I didn't match your placard, so I'm the program, that's your model creating the awareness and the moment share in the manifesto. And then a party for party more Mabahono. Come on, we do. And then a more share from the manifesto.
They are expecting nothing like the original set, the original Ama and Manifesto Ghana. When the NDC Manifesto, one of their slogans, the Ghana. It is all manifesto, Emma, and one decided manifesto, everything Abra, and what I will say Ghana. And any idea it's part of the Ghana, and the it's even so early, and some of them are 150 years. Every manifesto, everything is Muhammad. By your Montenegro, and I was also after the decision, after a bicycle also everywhere, all and whatever. Therefore, after a few minutes, and I like to here and let's get the Ghana program. You teach you how to go for a listening channel. It's a little bit of and with up Amadio because I want to partner. Also, to see the citation and after ICCR. They know every for the best minister. So you can see the number of the after the na emetumi apwa ayeduma na ebonso edma abeku fan ye yesu na efemo yesu yekuni edi echibi and echisawo no adi se eyade a ebetumi aye san se onfa ba qualification na ebetumi ni plano you establish center ya na eno no eye support for that the thing no it establish center and so that function properly so the man can either find that element it's really now eyade a that's all echibi se in a Canada, the interview something about agriculture. Women to shape in the we're not ever say, I'm not a farming service, we're not ever and I hope that at future, we're not ever all the farming equipment. Wow, other year about every amount. We are in the biology, we are to combine every amount. Now, the even the life that we are having now, only provide it, very clearly. So, we not the farm food now. Now, after up to just now, I say, in fact, we want our year. Then, down, expect them to get a laudable idea. If we have I'm not going to teach you, and let me say, I say to you, our economy now. The one to say, and then a 133, yes, and then a police, not a formula, yeah, and then every started 24-hour economy. One not a second is my plan, is younger and more than one passing one, that more than every company, and then and then to get the other we are the vaccine to be about a year, but the one is the phone, we are not talking about the next morning. It's my phone, you don't know the family and car, or one year, you are a worship into the area, same, and I said, same, your 333. Unemployment rate
right, na woguswana ne akosunu mpelifo di nkomo na everepele be saba ho obin se tumedi ne be sasie yeba nya ba be share so far said the me man so si a bobo eba ne ade amaya na wase na wie wa ha weda se power Akoma FM so
let's go back
to we yemi Akoma Asante na oteni nkano oye media general reporter akokopiem e Central Region woniba in fact Evans
breaking news will be
breaking news about
yes breaking news will be about from the camp of the Ghana Armed Forces. Okay, so nana mi say nana ya prepare say ode ebeto ho Way breaking news. Okay, we say my name say last week say Ote say IDEC boss.
Aye.
Kwete.
Yeah. IDEC, yeah.
Institute of Dr. Akwete. Dr. Akwete, IDEC.
Yeah.
Now, okay, say in 2016 and 2020, military for no a press conference because say koba say ye tuaba na say basa ye biba na aprosifo eje aprosifo nsemo a omo edi omo ho bajim se ne be ya omaji oman no edi esi ho. In fact na last week na o meki na pop ayibi was it forum bi na o meki that statement no. Sir John me no ka say we krata a free Ghana Armed Forces asreye na say ya sojafoɔ no omoleta omoso edi ababonten say yenkan na Ghana ni bia NTB. Sir John meka ne brofo no yewia ye dia kotwi kasem o say the attention of the Ghana Armed Forces has been drawn to a publication on Ghana Web attributed to the executive director of the Institute for Democratic Governance, Dr. Emmanuel Akwete, on Thursday, 22 August 2024. Dr. Akwete is alleged to have said Ghana Armed Forces has threatened to take over control of the country, that if elections in the country turns out violent beyond the control of the Ghana Police Service at press conference held in 2016 and 2020. We wish to draw the attention of the public that Ghana Armed Forces will only support the Ghana Police when the latter requests for assistance, and that does not constitute an overthrow of a government. The allegation by Dr. Akwete cannot be true because the Ghana Armed Forces has not held any press conference at which it declared its intention to take over the country. We wish to make it clear that Ghana Armed Forces has no intention to stage a coup and will prevent and resist any individual, group, or organization seeking to take over unlawfully the power of government, either acting alone or in collaboration with any security agency. Ghana Armed Forces wishes to call on civil society groups and the media to desist from using its name to heighten political tension in the country. We wish to urge all stakeholders to join hands in ensuring that all citizens feel free and safe to undertake their lawful activities in an atmosphere of tranquility. Ghana Armed Forces, like all peace-loving institutions and individuals, is looking forward to peaceful elections come December 2024. We therefore call on all institutions and groups and not to associate Ghana Armed Forces with anything that has the potential of heightening political tensions in the country.
So the Ghana Armed Forces can say Dr. Emmanuel Akwete akoka say the Armed Forces aka says Ghana yakotroba na abato no ntokwa sore na gidigidi enti ho ase na the Ghana Police Service entimi control anas ebro won so a omo ebebo wuram na omo agyoman edi because omo take over. There's a the Ghana Armed Forces says soldier and a bit take over the administration. Nti I don't know more can say asem no enye no kre na omo kra de say ekoba say bibi says you man na say the Ghana Armed Forces and as a Ghana Police Service efre say mo meboa ya yiba beboa na no nche say yiba betu abangu. Nti the omo kan na say asem no enye no kre na omo kan so say the Ghana Armed Forces and Yamadi say oba be yoku ababe tu abangu nti sibisa e kosona nam famamu a yementu nti sanso no muka say ye civil society organizations and groups a omo ho a ene Ghana for ni central for e wo say ye hye kwan be fa so a ye be kan nsem yie man kofa asem a e be ma abufuo ene enema kosro kokwa kosro ebewie no na afedi asem ede aba ade abro enwoman ha tidomo kanina ne se the Ghana Armed Forces said ye omutie ene madwuma etie no e asomdwe e no omo pe na omo so protect lives omo hwe bonipa ene oman no ho ban tinya fe no omo de oman ne bekokọ kwakofa ohaw ne amane de mu eno nti bibisa yate bibisa na yemfa yeni enkoso ema yemfa ya dwen kodi akiri se bibisa na ekonti de mo ka kosi nyina ne se de ebeto dwa the director and I said the executive director the Institute for Democratic Governance Dr. Emmanuel Akwete editor job publish your Ghana web no and you know Evans and say that is that ma yen to also
okay
na yen share for Safi na do figure to higher comma 87.9 FM 42 minutes just about 18 minutes to hit 1 until you so ye ko na ye hwe de ekoso ewo woni ba ene yatena se enchempanifo aka so bejani ye na ye nyina so ya hwe na ye di nkomode afa the NDC on manifesto ene wo mo eda ne di na Ghana for me already already kai the youth manifesto ababetudwa ama ye huni ma bi ewum na obi obisa se sa ne ma epie mu ewo the youth manifesto no ye hwe ni se ebi beba and I'm sure say the yedin komo sani money na beba na boya my eno na beba my direction as to what party the person mo ye enema yati yabobosu in fact ebi ho a various campaign platforms are party no eni nyina no o makeka do na ho asem ye hwe no say the o maka nyina no ye benya direction say we ena ebi yen ekoha we me edi enim. And I am very sure say 24-hour economy no won't ya Evans ene opportunity also the tiase
yes
and Akoma say party no so beboa and ama yate the 24-hour economy na see any niema ewum because after this manifesto launch we will look at documenta or mo de beba a policy documenta and manifesto na na be hwem ni ahye direction be so mo de ko already the MPP ede ni aba ama na wotwe na edi hu nkomo nti NDC de eba yi na wotwe edi ani ye bedi sa nkomo na ye wia na ye fa MPP ye fa NDC na ye de atoto hu ni ahye sede enema esi eti ho but Evans
Sir John
ye be share
yes
key issues eba based on the omaka 87.9 anade flag bearer no nya konya the running mate so nya konya de omode to Ghana for nim eno be mayen ntiase wo de eba eni because as you speak yentimi ensi ni pinka say 1 2 3 say no ma range say no maka but based on the party no penifo party no flag bearer party no the running mate any party chairman na omo launch omo
youth policy
yehudi omo launch omo campaign our tamale ye TB and ni share ni say sa ni nyina no ebaba in the manifesto Evans
well yes Sir John so was say mani na eba into the manifesto because this is the time where yebehu a clear direction okay from the camp of the NDC already ya tititi nya sniper bruni beka say o ma tititi ho a kire ye omani suade hunu say Ghana for dodo no enya NDC mu arehemu na omo de tumi no ehye omo nsemo a de omo pese omo ye Sir John say what share NDC any MPP omo edi suade hunu for this country kakra no wa me at of course I mean MPP they say last week omo de manifesto number 2 dwa enti enye bi fufuro bi abio NDC na ye anymore but kakra no matete ho no kame akoye say this time around no omo ba fom ene amanfo no ebekasaye I mean yehu His Excellency the former president John Dramani Mahama the campaign oye uwedwom Sir John okay say rich condos John Dramani Mahama ebeshia business community no
yeah
the same venue rich condos Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia also beshia a business community no Ashanti region
yeah
last time near Kanifia has say ebe me nwanwa say ensemu a ana concerns are business communities no business community no raise before His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ebe different from concerns are raise before His Excellency the former President and leader of the NDC John Dramani Mahama. Eti bibi say no say John say ne ekoba say NDC so manifesto ye kote say tax amnesty betimi aba ye kote say ye port ho no ye benya flat rate ye kote say ebia ye business operators omo Ashanti region of course across Ghana no because of the tax amnesty no ye mo be shase foforo obi aka bia ode by virtue of VAT no ye be kan ye be yini nyina afiri ho na sika nka mo betwa VAT no mo de awura madwuma no mo expand na afi ya setting new tax regime e de amamo na no akoye flat rate am no be ye adwuma sane ye hu no MPP manifesto mu no se ekote se NDC manifesto so bibi say PM a say John enya de enwanwa for me copy bia me bia because omo ba form no de say John say unia me be hia me ni obibini e na ye petumi e na wo na tumi ni wo nsem me ba ye asem a wo ka kire me obibini so ba the same thing na ka kire no na me say asem a wo ka kire me no me de be ye adwuma nti me de no ekoto me krata mu a copy bia ni bia plagiarism ni bia because wo a me petumi ni wo ho no asem a wo ka kire me no the same thing na ka kire obibini it is a make oka ho asem wo abonten a emfa ho ni nipa obedi kan akọ no asem ne be ye pe
the best sign kwan a wo fa so ayi no
so they say so asem ne fa by ni yes ni na ye pe so ho ade a Ghana fo e hwe animu sane opemso e kan ye eye adwuma Ghana fo e hwe animu se omo ho e beto wo mo enei wo hwe ye population a mabunu no edoso mabunu no dodo no na ewie suku a obunya adwuma nye omo hwe animu se political parties mienu ya since 1992 omo dominate your political scene no by way of elections no omo de anidaso ebema emabunu no daache so ho enti enye the battle of manifestos ena hwan na ekope hwan ena hwan na ekope hwan de hu hia nemom no hwan ena ewo emabunu no daache hwan ena ewo emabunu betimi anya enimu anidaso se nyame yadom na se on the 7th day of December se nipa dodo no edi tumi no ehye any of the political parties in sa obetimi ama mbabunu no anidaso ene NDC ewa akonya se John NDC 1992 and NDC ebaye se o hwe NDC abakosem dia ene na obetresia ko ye Armed Forces Revolutionary Council under the late Chairman Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings. After 1981, Dr. Hilary Man aban so asoja for yi ni fra konya so no. It was a bloodless coup. Between 1981 1992, na a certain Provisional National Defense Council. Omo enana ebi oman so. Etotototo niema. It was that time one na Ghana a free military rule broadcast say you transit into a civilian regime Abeka say democratic system. It's between 1981 and 1982 na a provisional and a transitional period. In fact, as a matter of fact, we share a nipa dodoɔ no a ɔmo yɛ adwuma under PNDC dodoɔ no na ebeka ɔmo bo mu a ɔmo form the National Democratic Congress. Haruna Yayamo, the late Jerry John Rawlings. In fact, Jerry John Rawlings and a party na kasaiden esini na so. Because mribina and Tawantawa see NDC muna some of the known executives they said they did your founders of NDC and your founder. but ye nyine ne de ye nyina nim say Chairman Rawlings and the founder of the National Democratic Congress. Sir John, 92 elections, that was the first time Ghana etuaba since 1979. Because before a year 92 election, not the last time Ghana etuaba say democratically election 1979. Okay, Victor Usumo, ne Dr. Hilali Mana, William Furiatamo, okay, so mafia tactics.
Sure.
At the end of the day, a year PMP or PNP, we need that particular elections under Dr. Hilali Man. So 92 year tuaba 1992 no. Dare say His Excellency Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings and Oyelate or no any winning the first elections under the Fourth Republic. Now I say the National Democratic Congress no any winning the first elections under the Fourth Republic. From 92, 96, yes I to a baby. In fact, 92 Junior Jesus, Jeremiah John Rawlings, FAC Professor Albert Edubuahin, Jabin this year. Look at the stolen verdict.
Yeah.
O defeat no.
So no the electoral reforms.
Electoral reforms ne ba
no.
no.
And the Abebedru
BVD.
Yeah.
Biometric voter devices. Good. 96. Jerry John Rawlings SR the NDC echo contest view. Oko no ne akanya issue. Inti the vice president oye aka from 92 ba 95 no or drop no. And or the late Professor John Evans Atamils echo that particular election. Echo facing the Great Alliance. Na John Ajekunkufor any aka. Ose defeat you in that particular elections. Not until 2000 or no area because over 1992 constitutional. Na we say and still that we say we a political party and we a leader of a political party now we win elections. One team in more than 8 years and that's who this is a BBC sir. It is generally 8 years no. In at the castle no. Now on the NDC na and a free.
Yeah,
that was the election of 2000. NDC we need 92 elections, we need 96 elections. Not until 2008, John Evans Atamils, Professor John Evans Atamils, SR the NDC eba power view. After say omatne 8 years between 2000 and 2008. John Evans Atamils and John Dramani Mahama at the NDC SR power view in 2000 after winning the 2008 election and almost started move 2009. Of course, party NDC there almost 8 years. When leadership changed by virtue of force majeure. Not just say His Excellency the former president John Evans Atamils Efrimu in 2012. Sadly, it was 2012 no. Now was say by virtue of the constitution, you swear in the vice in the shape of John Dramani Mahama. Or the NDC party no echo a year 2012 elections. After 2008 we win no. After 4 years, or the NDC party no echo 2012 elections. Omo winning elections no after the Supreme Court declare say elections now omo call no muda fenchem you and I were not there no still no NDC has won that particular elections.
Evans,
yes,
yeah be call whenever na yaba yeah join feed no,
yes,
say Sami Jemfia start our address
yes
party front my uncle na mfa kakra ba na yaba be to so.
I know that you will be convinced that indeed the NDC is a right political party with a solid platform that all of us, irrespective of our backgrounds, can stand on to build the Ghana we want together. And so with these few words, I welcome all of you to the launch of the Manifesto of the NDC for the 2024 elections. We want to start the program, and so I would like to crave your indulgence to find a seat, to be orderly, so that we can have a smooth program. Eyezu, I can hear the Eyeza. Eyezu, Eyeza, Eyezuza, Eyezazu, Uyemizu, Uyemiza. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, welcome to the microphone Apostle Abraham Lante, General Overseer of Believers House of Worship International, to give us the opening prayer. A round of applause for him. Praise the Lord. Please respond, because the name you heard started with Apostle. So praise the Lord. Coming all the way, I was trying to see if I can also say Eyezu, Eyeza, NDC, NDC, Amen. I read something in the Luke chapter number 10. Your Excellency, thank you for this opportunity. And it says, I have given you authority to tread on snakes and scorpions. I have given you authority. So you have the authority. But when it comes to the treading, it's up to you to tread on snakes and on scorpions, and none shall by any means hurt you. This beautiful afternoon, the question is, are you ready to tread upon? Because the power is already with you. Are you ready to tread upon? Ask your neighbor, are you ready? If I heard you say Eyezu, then you are ready. Are you ready? I didn't hear it well. Are you ready to tread upon? Are you ready to tread upon? One more time. Are you ready to tread upon? Then the victory is yours. How sweet the name of Jesus sounds in a believer's ears. Soothes his sorrows and heals his wounds and drives away his fears. How sweet the name of Jesus sounds in a believer's ears. It soothes his sorrows, heals his wounds, and drives away his fears. Can we do it again? How sweet the name of Jesus sounds in a believer's ears. It soothes his sorrows. It soothes his sorrows, heals his wounds, and drives away. God bless you. Come on, this is a prophecy. Come on. You still don't believe it? Come on. Let's do it again. nye jagbane jihanam lo. Awelo. Awe. Jesus. Yesu gare nada woga. Jesus of ye. Awe. Jesus of ye. Nyema woga nare. Au. Jesus of ye. Awe. Mawuga gare la sinye. Mawuga gare la sinye. Mawuga gare la sinye. Mawada kama son pliu. Yo 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 yo. Mawada kama son. Of a truth, except you build the house, the laborers labor but in vain. And except you watch over, the watchmen stay awake but in vain. We ask, oh God, for you know what the end even before we arrived. Let all things be to your glory. Let the beginning be beautiful and the end be excellent. All we ask for, you never join a team for them to lose or fail. Therefore we declare victory in your name, victory by your name, victory through you. For at the mention of your name, every knee bows and every tongue confesses. Have your way and let your will be done in Jesus' name. Amen. Shall we remain standing for the party anthem? Thank you very much, but please remain standing again. Hey! Hey! We are doing this for God and country. We are doing this for Ghana. So let's remain standing for another patriotic song.
gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you. I like that. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Obviously, we are in the central region, we are in Winneba, and then we call Winneba Simpa. We have a chairman here who has to welcome us into his region. So let me call up here the Central Regional Chairman, Professor Richard Kofi Esiedu, to welcome all of us to his region. The only professor who is a regional chairman. It can only happen in the NDC. Thank you very much, Prof.
Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Central Region. Your Excellency, the
Akoma FM 87.9 Kumasi.
Dramani Mahama, Your Excellency, the incoming first ever female Vice President, incoming, Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajimai. The National Chairman of the NDC, Comrade Johnson Esiru Nketia. Our able General Secretary, Comrade Fifi Fiavi Wedi. Members of the National Executive Committee, our distinguished minority leader, Dr. Kizel Atuba Fosin and his deputies present, and our cherished members of Parliament present, the chairman and members of the planning committee, the current speaker of Parliament, Honorable Sumani Abambabin, and other former speaker of Parliament present, former members of Parliament and other appointees, our local and international branches, Nanano groups, professional groups represented here, members of the media, and ladies and gentlemen. Let me, on behalf of the Central Regional Branch of the National Democratic Congress, welcome all of you to this historic town of Winneba in the Central Region. We are delighted to save our country and corrupt and inept MP from power. We believe that NDC has a plan to save our country, and we in the Central Region are prepared to join the people of Ghana to ensure total victory for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the great NDC in this year's elections. As I've had the occasion to say many times, we in the NDC in the region are working around the clock to secure 7 more parliamentary seats to bring to 20 the number of seats in the NDC in the Central Region. We are also working very hard to give President John Mahama a resounding victory in the region to help him continue the good work he began before his sterling leadership. And was abruptly
right, I'm saying, you be higher, 87.9 FM. You shall say, you bet my journey feed na Jumedia Costu, our Central Region, Winneba, you the feed me Eddie Abro, Mufanche, from the source, and we have this challenge. Evans, so far, and you shall say, you been your feed na Yashana for your toss or honor. The Cosubia, no yet me Eddie, but so far.
Very interesting. So from Paya, Netifi Seminole, Uyi Baku free the book of Psalms 127 verse 1. Unless the Lord builds the house, the builders labor in vain. And also the Baku free Luke 10 verse 19 to 20. Behold, I give unto you power to tread on serpent and scorpion.
Akoma FM 87.9 Kumasi.
And over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by means hurt you.
Okay. So unfortunately, you'll see us but we are joining the feed.
Servant with extensive experience in both academia and governance. He was our chairman for the 2020 Manifesto, and because of his outstanding performance, we brought him back to be the chairman for the 2024 Manifesto, and he's here with us today. Thank you very much, Prof. As we welcome you onto the stage, we appreciate you and we are grateful for all the hard work you and your team did to put together this beautiful manifesto. Hope for the hopeless indeed. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you so much, my sister Obubia. I wish to stand on the already ably established protocols in order to save time. Before I give you my remarks, may I request that my colleagues on the Manifesto Committee and all the individuals who assisted on the various committees we have, would you please stand in solidarity with, please stand, members of the Manifesto Committee and members of the various committees. Our mandate as a Manifesto Committee was to curate a blueprint anchored on the NDC's vision of economic transformation for the Ghana we want. We proceeded by subjecting our 2020 People's Manifesto to 22 expert committee review. We then synchronized the reviewed blueprints with invaluable recommendations from party leaders, organized labor, civil society organizations, youth groups, women's groups, think tanks, religious groups, traditional leaders, professional bodies, academics, and diverse backgrounds who were engaged across the country. In doing this, we took cognizance of the dire straits our dear nation is presently faced as a result of 8 years of the deplorable leadership by the corrupt Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, the MPP administration, and the opportunities for overcoming same. The result of these rigorous research, debates, consultations, and engagements is the manifesto we are about to launch. The NDC's program for resetting Ghana and revitalizing our economy for jobs and prosperity for all. My brothers and sisters, this is the statement from my comrades in the Manifesto Committee. Let me take a few minutes to recognize those individuals who worked over a period of 4 years. The membership of the Manifesto, the 23-member Manifesto Committee. Number one, Professor J. Nana Opoku Ajimai. Could you please stand for people to recognize you? Professor Seth Opune Esiama. Professor George K.T. Oduro. Professor John Gachi. Dr. Keseo Atufosa. Dr. Peter Buama Otukono. Dr. Yakubu Alasan. Dr. Johnson Esiama. Dr. Kwekuche Aka. Dr. William Ahaji. Honorable Haruna Idris. Ambassador Sampi Yale. Honorable Mavis Amma Frempong. Mr. Kofi Triche Upoku. Mr. Alexander Mould. Mr. Kakra Esamwa. Mr. Michael Abe. Honorable Isaac Adongo, Mr. Prosper Huitu, Esquire, Mr. Sam Baba, Honorable Elvis Free Ankra, and the Secretary to the committee, Honorable Nana Oye Bampo Ado. These are the 23 individuals who crafted the document we are going to be launching this afternoon. May I then ask the other members of the committee, the 22 committees, please stand for a few minutes. Let's give you a round of applause. Members of the 22 committees, those who are here, not everybody had a ticket, and therefore most of you are not here. These are the individuals who served on the 22 committees we established to do research, gather data, and produce the documents that we synthesize into the manifesto we are launching today. So my brothers and sisters, comrades, we thank you so much. May the good Lord continue to bless our homeland Ghana and make our NDC great and strong. Thank you so much.
Comrades, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to quickly acknowledge a few of the groups and personalities we have in our midst. And please, if you don't hear your name, don't worry. In due course, we will introduce all of you. We have here members of the Functional Executive Committee of the great NDC. Our national officers are here. A round of applause for them. Please, can you give us a wave? Give us a wave. Yes. Our national organizer, Comrade Joseph Yamin, is here, ably supported by all our national officers. Then we have here members of the National Executive Committee of the party. Please give us a wave. A round of applause for all of them. And please, I want to hear your applause for this group. Our hard-working 137 members of parliament. A round of applause for our gallant MPs. And please, a special round of applause for their able leadership led by the Honorable Ato Forsen. I also want to especially acknowledge a leading member of the NDC, a member of the steering committee of our 2024 campaign, Dr. Kwamina Dufour is here. A round of applause for him. Then we have a man who served this nation in many positions. He is the former Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Do Ejaho. A round of applause for him. Once a leader, a round of applause for the Member of Parliament for the good people of Tamale South, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. And then we have the chairperson or the head of the campaign team of the flag bearer, who also doubles as a national vice chairperson, Professor Joshua Labi is here. Round of applause for him. The head of the campaign team of the running mate, Honorable Alex Sekbefia, is also here. Round of applause for him. And then we have the former national chairman of the great NDC, Honorable Dr. Samuel Lopez-Wamboko here. A round of applause for him. And in due course, I'll be introducing other dignitaries herein present. Now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, fellow countrymen and women, the NDC has an unparalleled legacy of development and national transformation, a legacy that we are proud of. Unfortunately, many are those who have been hoodwinked and deceived to believe otherwise, and that is because of the considerable deception and mischief that our opponents have peddled about our record, especially the state of the country we bequeathed to the NPP on the 7th of January 2017. And so even before we go into our manifesto for the 2024 election, it is important to set the record straight. And it is about setting the record straight. Then you will agree with me that there is none better than the man who led the famous forum for setting the record straight, a man who has inspired me a lot. With a round of applause, with a rousing round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, all come to the microphone, the Chief Executive Officer and General Secretary of the great NDC, Honorable Fifi Fiave Kwete.
Thank you very much. May I begin by acknowledging the presence of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the flag bearer of the great National Democratic Congress, and the spouse who is here. I want to acknowledge the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Alban Sumana Babin, who is here with us. Prof. Nana Jane Obokuajima, the running mate of our flag bearer, National Chairman, all members of the National Executive Committee of the party who are here, the former Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Dua Jaho, who is present, Minority Leader, and all our MPs who are here, members of the Council of Elders, the Chairman of the Manifesto Committee of the party, the Planning Committee of this manifesto. We want to thank you for the good work done. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just begin by acknowledging that we have a task ahead of us come December 7, 2024. And what we are about to do today is to unveil our policies that we want to present to the people of Ghana with a hope that that can inspire our people into knowing that we truly have a plan for our country. Over the last 8 years, what we have seen has been a systematic degradation of our nation. A nation that was on a cusp of transformation has systematically been brought to a level where today hope is gone and opportunities for our young people have virtually vanished. So today we are going to be listening to the unveiling of a set of policies that will bring about some hope for our country again and set this country anew towards restoring our country to where it ought to be. Now, but before I go into the nation that was left for our friends when they took over in 2017, let me just say it this way. That we need to be careful that the competition for power should never become a simple competition between who can promise more. Because if it's an issue of promising, we know we in the NDC, we can never match our friends in the NPP. Many of you remember that even as far back as 1992, in that very first election of this Fourth Republic, NPP already started promising this country their capacity to build rail lines from Accra all the way to the northern part of Ghana, 1992. So these are people who are known for easy promises. Because unfortunately their belief is that to win power, you simply need to say anything. So anything that can be promised, just promise it. So a contest between us and them on the back of promises is a contest that naturally we will lose. Why? Because if you have integrity and you have honor, you don't just promise anything for the sake of promise. So what I want to establish before I go into the Ghana we left is that promises are important. The promises based on policies that we want to deliver must be inspired by principles. When principles inspire your policies, you are able to deliver those policies. Now, for example, you say that you want to transform Ghana in 18 months, we know that that's a policy that is not underpinned by any principle. That's a policy that
on lies and deception. You know, when you say, for instance, that you want to change this country from taxation to production, you clearly are stating a policy that is not anchored on truth. You are lying, because it's simply not possible in a developing country to tell people that you want to remove taxation and simply have a country that is only for production. It's not possible. Some amount of taxation will definitely continue. When you say one village, one dam, and you know beyond doubt that you do not have that capacity, you are deceiving the people. And that is what we have seen over the last 8 years, that every single one of those promises today have become promises that are now involved. Now, so we want to make a difference, and the difference we want to make is our promises and our policies are anchored on principles, and those principles represent the life of the promises that we make. So if you saw over the 8 years that we were in power, what it is that we were able to deliver for our country, you must appreciate that it is because every single thing we said, even though we were not perfect, was anchored by sound principles. And those principles were anchored on the respect we have for our people. The need for us not to just tell our people anything because we want power, but tell them what it is they can truly achieve. Now, so in the 8 years that we were in office, these are some of the things that we left behind for our friends. Even though they came into office, and the first thing they did was to tell the country that we left for them a country that was destroyed, a country that was in a mess. But truly, if you go through the record, you know that many government would actually be happy to find the foundations that we left behind when we left office in 2016. In 2016, when we were living, we delivered for our friends in the NPP a sound economy that was marked by sustainable public debt with a debt to GDP ratio that stood at 55.6%. A stable credit rating of B-, a low budget deficit of 6.1%, a declining inflation rate that stood around 15%. We handed over to them a depreciation of currency that stood about 9.6%. Handed over to them a manufacturing sector that was very strong. We handed over to them 2 massive oil fields that they inherited. Handed over to them a cocoa sector that was thriving and was producing at over 960,000 metric tons a year. Handed over to them a number of significant buffers, and some of these buffers are the ESLA that we handed over to them. We handed over to them Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, handed over to them Thinking Fund, and all these were funds that any government taking office will be happy to inherit. Now, apart from this, we handed over to our friends the most monumental portfolio of investment that you can ever boast of in every sector, whether in the health sector, in the educational sector, in the energy sector, across the whole segment of all that we had in government. Many people would actually wish that they inherited such an economy. Our friends unfortunately took over and pretended this was an economy that was in chaos. When you take over a country, you cannot even acknowledge what you take over. You lie about the quality of the economy that you had made. Right from the word go, you are in difficulty. Now, so what I want to just close today to say is that our manifesto that we are presenting to you today, just as we have done in the past, is a manifesto that will be delivering to you promises and policies that we know are achievable. The things that we cannot do, we will not talk about. But what it is that we can do, we will elaborate today in order for the country to know the clear difference between the NDC and the NPP. The final thing I will say before I say that is that no government is perfect, so we accept that mistakes can be made. But what you do when you are in government is to show the humility, which humility means that when you are charting a path and there is a problem, you should have the capacity to acknowledge it and be able to receive the feedback so that corrections can be made. The manifesto we are presenting today is by no means going to be a perfect manifesto.
But one thing we can promise you is the humility of the leadership, the humility of John Mahama, the humility of the people who are going to work with him, to be able to say if there is a problem, we will be able to receive the necessary feedback and the corrections in order to be able to deliver for the future. Unfortunately, we deal with people who, even when it is blatantly wrong, even when the vehicle is driving in the wrong direction, they are too proud, they are not humble enough, they are too arrogant to acknowledge it, and they continue driving in that same direction, refusing any feedback, refusing any constructive criticism. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to say more than this, but to simply establish to you that we are a party that makes every effort to establish every policy and every promise we make on sound principles, the principles of truth, the principles our national anthem teaches us, that we need to cherish fearless honesty in all we do. It is only on the back of honesty we can truly have a nation that is truly great and strong. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're the General Secretary of the party, and or that is Fivi Fiave Quete, and or the Onusu so many the same Atuja Amayahu. That there be no idea Ghana Onijan ho, and also somebody say the MPP and sa and an in the year 2016 said in Ghana is here. Now, Evans, the top of
no, Deputy Minister of Finance.
Yes. So the top of share key issues are okay. One of them will say manifesto new and yeah. Will be anti perfect in this world. Will be anti perfect. Manifesto there, Bano. Of course, we get to say may not be perfect. And I say any the perfect one, but Nipana or one ever be manifesto manifesto. Yes, almost no see a show. Say the Mr. Bro who wants it. Now almost ever jatu says Senyaman Koya, Ombajatu Senyaman Koye, Tian Fanfa, Dana for Cassia, Yanfa, Yadia. Say can't a crack or Tom. When we say, mate to say. University and money. Anything in my as some other areas.
Sir John,
I don't see the two guys.
Yeah. First was Saka say NDC and Meshe Bokeke.
Yes.
Na Bosha Beshano Bosha Omo
betting I
say betting maybe and I said John was Saka say manifesto no any manifesto a manifesto just a perfect.
Yeah.
Name manifesto say nipa no omoba ebe implementing manifesto no ombe omo nipa
omo brasia omo
back no omo
yes
after say John son was
but can be about anima wo say to ho nima power share health or can energy or can education your core inflation exchange rates and oil fields are much for the MPP. Cocoa production or can have some say that na Ghana cocoa production and as a Ghana cocoa sector and Kasam na very stronger na economy. But I say only year na only jade man MPP no MPP buy no me pretend they say economy no a good cry but na me sa me man na no and na on buy only did ho our media man Andrew say what the kaka wants them say or say and yet manifesto is not about just promises say boss and kwandia and we say boss there and before ya dey pa see en shebo obekai so say even 92 na NDP shebo say on the rail line from central region to the northern region. Even that time, it is a camp a bad boss pass yen shebo
OBBT and OBBT MPP
na say ni onu onyame wiase and so mo dey say he omo bono omboss no mbese ni bossa ombetimi aye hodwuma senka say omo be shebo pa dia ene nka Ghana for tinsempa kombe shebo be chance me go pa but I no enyesa and can be about 87 Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia the profound statement I'm making say we move the economy from taxation to production or say and no credit we be able to make say ye jai taxes na ya be production dey be eden hono kan nim ze na hono na dia na man yi but the we tire na meti ase so se eden taxes ni bi ho a e be rane e be ho but ye be ka se movie economy from taxation to production. Maybe I'm saying so from taxation to production. What you say, but also now they say a bit me abwa or mine because I run some taxes now in production come. And I say policies are not the banner. I mean about its principles. About its principles says and she share we are way situation you win near the way to nti so far the Fifi Kwete, the general secretary of the party, and so Edia Tuja Enino. So in the Usha we are 22 committees and NDC you see here for this manifesto 87.9 and a committee na 23 member committee and now to so good this one Bampu yes oboni this one na oye the secretary to the committee na the running mate cross a member any other groups are not come evans for me to be right na Johnson said get here start to say your corner they find
brutally honest why brutally honest but when you be political twist in one political twist in be baby a omo ka say manifesto you know perfect
yes
and what the MPP for the be juma pa
also kind of show when
yes but the bibi kan ho but hono dey hia omo no go feature ko no right the be juma my we sen ko be tia ni na
my the general
you know something, I'm cutting the protocols here because I charge my general secretary to establish a very elaborate protocol list so that if he makes a mistake, I will not be blamed. So I would like at this stage to write on the protocols established ably by the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress. But before I proceed, we had a shocking news yesterday, and that was the demise of one of our comrades. Comrade Eric Dutton served the party dutifully, beginning from a branch youth organizer, 2 Thames constituency youth organizer, a deputy regional youth organizer, a regional youth organizer, and deputy national youth organizer aspirant, and a long-term central regional communications member. Ordinarily, we could have maybe postponed this event, but we've been taught
Akoma FM 87.9
that when comrades are in battle, some comrades will fall, but we fight forward, win the victory, because before we come back to count the fallen comrades. So on this note, we are encouraged to proceed without him. But I will crave the indulgence of everybody here for us to remember him with just 1 minute silence before we proceed with the rest of the proceedings. Shall we stand up and observe a minute silence for Comrade Eric Dutton?
Akoma FM 87.9 Kumasi.
May his soul and the soul of the earlier departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Revolution has a long way to go, but has come to stay. Revolution has a long way to go, but has come to stay. Since 2017, Ghana has seen the most ignoble degeneration in all areas of our personal life. Our economy has collapsed to the extent that we now have introduced new fanciful terms such as haircuts and domestic debt exchange into our economic management lexicon. For the first time in our history, pensioners who toil to serve our country and are entitled to a quiet retirement have had to picket at the Ministry of Finance to demand their hard-earned savings which they had invested in government bonds. The sight of these senior citizens on television painted a rather bizarre image of our beloved country to the international community. Our present government has introduced a plethora of taxes that have visited excruciating hardship and a debilitating impact on our living conditions. Our infrastructure has broken down and many of our roads have been left in a bad state. Our hospitals have been neglected and many projects meant to enhance the quality of our health services have been completely ignored. Our educational system has been destroyed almost completely due to the reckless and the incompetent approach to the implementation of the free senior high school education program after the smooth introduction of the progressive free senior high school education program by the Mahama administration. Many parents have become exasperated as they demand the ever-elusive quality education for their wards. In the energy sector, ladies and gentlemen, the mismanagement has been phenomenal, and doomsday that was effectively ended by the Mahama administration in 2016 has again reared its devastating head in Ghana. Underpinning all these setbacks has been the massive corruption, nepotism, favoritism, and impunity that has weakened independent state institutions and furthered the culture of state capture. We have witnessed the most devastating destruction of our environment through improperly regulated mining activities led or aided by government officials. In this manifesto, the National Democratic Congress has provided Ghanaians with clear, actionable, and concise solutions born out of our social democratic ideas to address the many problems this country faces today. Our policy of the 24-hour economy has been clearly stated in simple terms to enable everybody to understand and associate with, except those who intentionally refuse to understand. So our other policies that we are convinced will help create the egalitarian society that we all seek for our country, Ghana. We assure Ghanaians that this manifesto, which represents the People's Manifesto, provides a solid framework for building the Ghana we want together. We urge you to identify with our manifesto policy proposals and dedicate yourselves to voting for the NDC on December 7, 2024 to reset and build Ghana, to bring it back from the abyss into which the country has sunk. Let us join hands to reset and rebuild the Ghana we want together. Long live Ghana. Long live the National Democratic Congress. I thank you very much, and may God bless our homeland.
Tomorrow by this time, I will be how many of you believe that tomorrow by this time God will make a way? God bless you. God bless you.
Okay, Akoma 87.9 FM, the live coverage of the NDC's Manifesto launch and we just swap that is what you are hearing and that is what you are watching live on Facebook. Akoma 87.9 FM. It is John. Will I never see Kumawaha? My Prince and so joining and the public interest advocate last Sunday. Yana Edi Jumi joining. My general, that is General Asiedun Ketia. You can call him General and he another Obetiasie. But he is the national chairman of the NDC. And also so about the Ednan Bisem Atuja. wakan sem bebre but some boss be about body tofa and or two Evans don't share some key ones or the two Ghana for we are San Johnny feed no Prince Ababidri Becon Hona Yena Twasso. Evans Manitio
well yeah so today I say don't get here and send me our can say and they share economy na just say a bubu kra a collapse at the form share a year taxes are hodwa a ben ya ote a year akonya sui oba na or say a production na ni wo hwe taxes ahodo odi abegu Ghana for so na che say e yade a Ghana for je omo ho anje afi so say your hospitals ahodo also so e yade say aban no ato na sara and afi free senior high school and also so the flagship policy of the ruling government you know e yade say asay the education centers yade suan sem de e yade say free senior high school no abese no sana say don't get exactly afi so kata se she proye mabusuan ni madam funi and I feel to say as a year manager padie no
state capture
also so idea say so a MPP amembu
now before Oba hospital near education systems okay so since 2017 you go for to come ba
haircut no
na emeyi ye ma me papa no a nkasabre na nkomudi o mu investment o maye eso aba no womu inam se haircut womu sika on the yes sika on the to bank any investment o makwa koye no ene womu pesika no mu
omu sanka
they say womu ko finance ministry ho ekoko sipe tna ho esua kanse kese nso ani yemfi won jam sorry to dan o say the education system no said the year free senior high school and ma bebre we mu parents crowd so concern about name be ekoso the free senior high school now I see 24-hour economy no dance die e be ma man say enema be koyie na nkofu bia mo so mo de ye kan wonte omote crowd so a wo wonte so mate pai we maso omo de bomunte hwe omunte bibia sango for no but I see 24-hour economy na da ho a enu akasama ne ho nti wa waje so onte ase no saa no aye wadwen wo mi kyerem se dan wa waje so onte ase nti saa na beye saa enete o se Ghana saa manifesto we Ghana nyina a manifesto enu na ba beboa ama Ghana o matimi abode Ghana na oseba ne saa Ghana fo nyina bombi na nyina ya sum na ya bode Ghana ba bia o man na kodru no o se yesade o man no esiye na ya pompo yenim se de be ya o man no so betimi akoyie nti enu ye general esi buketia general mosquito nti the national chairman of the NDC na motiso no so na no December to do we na Jakalolomi the NDC's
dinosaur God will make a way.
Yes.
The last song.
But we first one here. Brabeji oni ye ni daso nti bra na beje
ya koyese MPP 2000 elections obro hu for
Cindy Thompson yeah Cindy Thompson
na Dana Samoa so the
around 2008 or 2012
no Dana Samoa 2016
the first year 2016
sa 2016 Nanado de no de man no
Nanado de no
I didn't din kunim de na 2016
but or before 2016 na
oh yeah no but also because of Sena Lumba e was unity na we ye win anything no I say I don't know overshadow Dana Samoa but 2016 pa na oyi ni hu yi pa
right Prince Akoma
Zinia
Great. Minim said we are waiting to monitor kakra while coming into the studio. So far our assessment, maybe about Drew. Yenya about 3 speakers. The regional chairman, Edina December 2, the general secretary of the party Akasa, and then the national chairman of the party Swakasa. Sharing with other speakers so beba say feed no or me ready about join the feed no na in the but so far
I think it's been a colorful event. I mean so share me monitor from TV3 brand me bani nyina me live feed media journal na me. Now obehu say security arrangement top notch today. I'm so more area media for pay any security for pay any ambulances pen uwe mu ani atwe pie and so mu sua lessons and ade ba ko a ye bom aba so say embebe bre say mu hia say na bon sa say and am say na party for nti no man to trust them kakra o ma menye say na NDC for but and then no they are making sure that security really stop on. I say o speeches ni nyina it's all point one direction. I say almost send the signal say o man no be adro no we need a change. And of course enu ntia o ma hia but say me first start when good dramatic for NTS say 2012 NDC promises in our manifesto na 596 promises and on the elections
Prince Mamin Katu na Johnny Feed now this is the former president Don Dramani Mahama or Muna Baba Kasasi say yes so let's
Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the nation builder.
Comrades, members, supporters, sympathizers, and followers of the National Democratic Congress, the good people of Ghana watching and listening from across the country and the world, and those who have joined us here in Winneba, Professor J. Nana Okupa-Jaman, my running mate for the 2024 election, the Right Honorable Speaker, Alban Bagbin, a bona fide member of our party, my beloved wife, Lodina, my dear children who are here with me, Sharaf, Shahid, Farida, thank you, I acknowledge you. Our National Chairman, Johnson Asiedu Ketia, our General Secretary, Titi Tiavikwete, our traditional rulers who have been so kind to join us here today, our members of the Council of Elders who, despite age, have managed with the walking sticks to join us this morning, party supporters, ladies and gentlemen. Today we gather with hope as one people, united in victory, and as one nation, Ghana, with common interwoven invisible destiny. Today we also gather to reignite and reaffirm the dreams of our forebears, led by Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the founder of our great nation, a nation with one destiny, a destiny that cannot afford to endure one additional day beyond January 7, 2025 of the maladministration, the mismanagement and state capture this nation has been subjected to over the last almost 8 years. For the sake of God's children and in the name of God, the people of Ghana will wake up from this nightmare and envision a bright new dawn of opportunities for all its people and not just a few. My brothers and sisters, our dear nation Ghana is bleeding. Ghana's soul is calling for change. Mother Ghana is crying for its true and genuine patriotic citizens to rise up to reset our beloved nation. Ghanaians can take no more of the hardship, the impunity, the state capture, the hypocrisy, the lies and bad governance that has been inflicted on them over the 2 terms of this outgoing administration. We cannot fail Mother Ghana, and therefore I urge you all to vote for change on December 7th, 2024. We, the members of the National Democratic Congress, have gathered here to express our utmost belief in democratic governance and to proclaim right here in Winneba, also called SIMPA, that the time is up for this administration. The time is up for them to go. They have decimated our democracy beyond recognition. They've destroyed livelihoods and families and pushed millions of our people below the poverty line. Your vote on December 7th will end the tyranny. It will end the cronyism. It will end the corruption. It will end the hardship. It will also pave the way for the vision, experience, and trustworthiness. And I, John Dramani Mahama, is going to restore that to the Flagstaff House. As I've said before, this government must begin writing their handing over notes if they have not started doing so already. This MPP administration has been the biggest political scam that has been pulled on Ghanaians since our independence in 1957. And I'll explain why. They were repackaged with ribbons and sweetly scented with enticing promises. Most Ghanaians will agree that Nana Akufo-Addo is indeed the president Ghana never got. And indeed, I dare say, his much touted economic whiz-kid Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is also the economic messiah Ghana never got. The NPP government took over from our administration on 7 January 2017. They inherited an energy sector we had stabilized with the fastest mobilization of emergency power of almost 800 megawatts in the history of Ghana. Along with this came a new Energy Sector Levy Act, which we call ESLA, with potential revenues of 3 billion Ghana cedis every year to pay off legacy energy sector debts. They inherited an ongoing Millennium Challenge Compact of $547 million aimed at making Ghana's energy sector the most efficient in Africa. This family, ruling family, quarreled over the shares in the PDS company and led to the US pulling back $190 million, which was meant for the most critical component of the compact, and that is private sector participation and improvement in collections at the distribution end of the electricity value chain. They inherited more than $450 million of the IMF extended credit facility initiated by my administration. Most of our state-owned enterprises were breaking even or making a profit. We handed that to them. They inherited a cocoa production of more than 960,000 metric tons of cocoa, with a cocoa board that was making profit and owed only 1.5 billion cedis to the central bank in cocoa bills. We handed over to them 2 new oil-producing wells, the 10 field and the ENI Sankofa, which increased Ghana's oil production by more than 100,000 barrels per day, with additional gas of more than 200 million standard cubic feet per day. And this increased Ghana's oil revenues of petroleum by more than $500 million every year. They took over from our administration a stabilization fund in which we had accrued $277 million. A Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund with seed money of $270 million. A sinking fund account at the Bank of Ghana with a balance of over $200 million. They inherited a budget that ran a deficit of 6.1% with zero borrowing from the central bank, the Bank of Ghana, zero borrowing. They inherited a stable currency that traded at about 4 cedis to $1. Inflation was at 15.4%. Unemployment was at 8.4%. And when we handed over the administration of this country to the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia government, Ghana's debt as a percentage of our GDP was 56%. As a result of fiscal consolidation, we handed over an economy that was set to grow above 8%, as predicted by the World Bank and IMF and all the credit rating agencies. Private businesses enjoyed an enabling environment to thrive, and foreign investors were queuing to make investments in our economy. The NPP government also took off with a stabilized economy and significant buffers with enormous domestic and internal goodwill. And this has been the most favored government in our history. But alas, the Ghanaians' people's favor, their goodwill, has been repaid with only pain and anguish. This government has received more revenue than all governments combined in the history of Ghana. And as the saying goes, to whom much is given, much is expected. Unfortunately, the people of Ghana have been severely shortchanged by this administration. The scorecard of this administration has been abysmal. An inflation rate that went as high as 54% and is currently still hovering above 20%. Ghana today has one of the highest food inflation rates in the whole of Africa. We have a currency that has depreciated to almost 16 cedis to $1, and we borrowed more than 70 billion from the central bank, the Bank of Ghana, causing a serious upsurge in inflation and causing the Bank of Ghana to go broke. We have a debt to GDP that went as high as 104%. And today, the unemployment rate is almost 15% from just above 8% in 2016. Worst of all, Ghana has defaulted on her debt payments and has therefore engaged in a debt exchange that has resulted in painful haircuts, and they have deferred the tenor of bonds at lower interest rates. This has caused a lot of trouble for investors, including pensioners. Cocoa production, which has been one of the mainstays of our economy, has plummeted, and for the first time in the history of our country, the Cocoa Board annual syndication, which was sought after by all international banks, today it has no takers. Nobody is willing to lend Cocoa Board any money. Production volumes are down, and Cocoa Board is seeking to delay delivery of almost 350,000 tons of cocoa to next year. It means means that your government, NDC, is the one going to have to find the 350,000 to fill that hole, to pay the debt. Cocoa Board has also defaulted on almost 13 billion Ghana cedis in cocoa bonds. Oil and gas production has declined by 32%, and debt to independent power producers has increased astronomically. Today, the majority of state-owned enterprises are posting massive losses. The COVID pandemic, rather than being an adversity, turned out to be a blessing, with a windfall for this government of almost 25 billion Ghana cedis of inflows, most of which were doled out to companies owned by family and friends. The majority of our citizens are convinced that our country Ghana is going in the wrong direction. Faith in our democracy is at its lowest, and many of our youth do not believe that constitutional governance is working for them. Faith in our democratic institutions and the political leadership is at its lowest ebb, and corruption is at its highest. And Ghanaians have become numb to the scandals that are exposed almost every week. And when you have a president who says he does not understand the hullabaloo that is being made about the sale of snitch hotels to a minister in his own government, then clearly he is on a completely different wavelength from the rest of us in the country. My brothers and sisters, this is a president who just doesn't get it.
87.9
Many domestic and foreign investors have adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Many of them I have met have told me that they are waiting for a signal from the Ghanaian people that the political and business environment is going to change for the better, that we are going to effect a change of course so that we can provide a reasonable environment for them to put in their investments. Ladies and gentlemen, the Holy Book in Matthew 25:14-30 tells one of the parables of Jesus Christ. And this is the parable of the talents.
87.9
This parable teaches us to invest whatever is put in our care wisely for the benefit of our master. The master in this case is the people of Ghana. This administration is just like the last of the servants who buried his talents that was given to him by his master, and when his master came, he returned the one talent to him. But in this case of Akufo-Addo and Bawumia and their cabal, they did not bury the one talent and give us back our one talent when we returned. They gambled with the talents that we gave them, and they landed the people of Ghana in a huge debt. We cannot continue on this path. Lessons must be learned from the experience of these last almost 8 years. A vote for the MPP will be an expression of satisfaction with the impunity of the last 8 years. A vote for the MPP is a vote for a third term for Nana Akufo-Addo. A vote for the MPP in this election is a vote to escape accountability. It is a vote to allow officials who have stolen and raped this country's resources to escape accountability and go laughing all the way to their bank accounts. Ladies and gentlemen, their flag bearer and his running mate, who have been prominent actors in this horror movie Ghanaians have watched these last almost 8 years, you know horror movies, don't you? Their flag bearer and his running mate, who have been prominent actors in the horror movies Ghanaians have watched these almost last 8 years. These people
cannot be the ones to exact accountability from the government of which they have been an integral part. We are at a critical juncture in our democratic history. Choices we make in elections come with consequences. We cannot afford to fail this time. A restive youthful population does not have the luxury of trial and error. They do not have the luxury of trying a driver's mate who has learnt his driving skills from the same driver who crashed the Ghanaian vehicle of state. Our nation needs a reset. Our democracy needs a reset. Our economy needs a reset. Our governance needs a reset. And our attitudes need a reset. We need a government that will galvanize the efforts of all Ghanaians, irrespective of ethnicity, religion, or party affiliation. We need a government that will allow all businesses to thrive, whether owned by domestic investors or foreign investors, no matter their ethnic, religious, or partisan colors of its owner. We need to make a change that will usher in a government that is responsible and accountable. We need to open up this country for business again. Ladies and gentlemen,
87.9.
We're going to present to you our manifesto. We need a leadership that will crack the ship when its own appointees go down the wrong track. We need a responsive government that will respect the rights and freedoms of our citizens, including journalists, and address the ongoing decay of state institutions and fight corruption by deploying the Operation Recover All the Loot principle. Operation Recover All the Loot strategy, and that is ORAL. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are presenting to you a manifesto that will help take back your future, take the future of Ghana back into the hands of the Ghanaian people. Ladies and gentlemen, I will at this point give you some highlights of our manifesto, after which my running mate, and by God's grace, the next Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, a prominent daughter of the Central Region, and other presenters will delve into other areas of the manifesto. Ladies and gentlemen, first is resetting the economy for prosperity. In the first 120 days in office, we will hold a national economic dialogue to draw up a 4-year fiscal consolidation plan. We would rationalize taxes, abolishing, among others, the obnoxious levy the COVID levy and the 10% levy on bet winnings. Import duties and levies on vehicles and equipment meant for industrial and agricultural purposes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will rationalize port fees and charges and implement emergency measures to stabilize the city and the macroeconomic environment. Ladies and gentlemen, we will use the price stabilization and recovery levy to cushion customers
consumers of petroleum products. We will investigate the MPP's opaque gold for oil deal. We will review the gold purchase program of the Bank of Ghana, and will restore the licenses of wrongfully collapsed banks and financial institutions. We will increase indigenous participation in the banking and financial sector, and we will free the statutory funds, the GET Fund, HIL, Road Fund, to be able to achieve their mandated objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, alleviating the current economic hardships. And one of our first programs is the No Fees SPC. There are many students who are unable to take up their places in tertiary educational institutions because they cannot afford to pay their academic user fees, the academic fees. And so we'll take that stress off them. For the first year, they will not be required to pay fees. And I assure the universities it will not affect their internal generated funds. We're going to give the money to the student's loan. The student loan will pay to the universities as a grant. It will be paid as a grant, not as a loan. And aside from that, we're going to increase the subvention that goes to our public universities so that we can improve quality and learning in those universities. We will provide free tertiary education for all persons with disability. And we will provide free sanitary pads for girls in school. If you remember, Nana didn't started that policy with a World Bank facility, and they called that loan the PAD loan. Yes, we are proud of the PAD loan. It will allow our young girls who are going through their periods to be neat and hygienic and not to miss school, be able to go to school all year round. We will uncap the National Health Insurance Levy. Currently, there's a cap on the levy, and so a certain portion of the levy goes into the consolidated fund, and so the Health Insurance Authority is not able to pay the health facilities, reimburse them for the services that they provide. We will uncap the health insurance so that all the National Health Insurance levy will go into the National Health Insurance Fund so that they can pay the hospitals for looking after our people. And of course, this is associated with it. We will reprioritize the health sector by ensuring timely releases of payment to service providers. We establish the Ghana Medical Care Trust, into brackets, somebody calls it Mahama Cares, to support persons with chronic diseases such as kidney failure, cancer, sickle cell, diabetes, hypertension, and other health-related diseases. We'll also introduce the community pharmacy concept, and that will encourage people to go to your local pharmacy and go have your blood pressure taken and your sugar checked, so that if you have diabetes or high blood pressure, we're able to know early so that you can get treatment and be able to survive. We'll implement free primary healthcare services. So if you go to a CHIPS compound or a health center, whether you have a national health insurance card or not, you will be treated for free. And so from the health center level down, polyclinic, health center, CHIPS compound, if you go, you will be treated for free. From the district referral hospital upwards, you use your national health insurance card and you receive treatment. We will expand health infrastructure to restore the automatic employment and timely deployment of health workers. And so we're not going to wait till elections are coming and announce that we've opened the recruitment portal. The recruitment portal will be open and will do continuous employment of health workers, doctors, and nurses. We need a first-class children's hospital in Ghana. The Children's Hospital has outlived this usefulness. And so we're going to construct a state-of-the-art 500-bed specialist children's hospital in Accra. And so children who have sicknesses that cannot be handled in other parts of the country will come to Accra. There will be specialist pediatricians there to give them the care they deserve. Of course, we will expand, we'll construct a state-of-the-art, I've said that one. We'll also construct a fertility center. There are a lot of mothers who cannot have children just because there's something wrong with the reproductive system. It can be corrected and they can have babies and enjoy the joy of motherhood. But currently, the prices that the private fertility hospitals charge are out of the range of most mothers. And so government will step in. We'll build a fertility center where mothers who want children can come for consultation and they will be given the treatment so that they also can enjoy the joy of motherhood. I'll go quickly. We'll expand the facilities at the whole teaching hospital in order that it can provide specialist services and also be a veterinary hospital to serve the University of Health and Allied Sciences. In the whole of the OT corridor up to the northeastern part of the country, there's no trauma hospital. And so we'll build a trauma hospital there so that persons who are involved in accidents on the Eastern Corridor Road will have a place where they can be treated properly before they are transferred. Establish modern dialysis centers in hospitals in regions that don't have them. Currently, most of Upper West, my own hometown, Bole, and other places, if you have a kidney ailment, the only place you can go for treatment is in Kumasi. And you have to go with your wife, your family, you have to find a place to stay. It is a burden. And so we want to make sure that every region has a modern dialysis center so that we can ease the burden on persons with kidney ailments. We will build modern hospitals in Boko, Yendi, and other underserved areas. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the training hour. This is the 24-hour economic clock. One job, 3 shifts, 3 people. 1, 3, 3. One job, 3 shifts, 3 people. Obiabe Didi. Extraordinary problems require extraordinary solutions for extraordinary results. And so businesses and public organizations will be encouraged to operate 24/7 in 3 shifts of 8 hours each. This will boost production to increase employment and provide well-paying jobs. It will transform Ghana into an import substitution and export-led country. It will increase employment opportunities and revenue, and it will enhance access to public services. We will focus on some selected public institutions that have huge customer traffic. For instance, the ports and harbors should be open 24/7. That means we have to employ more workers at the port. We have to employ more customs officers, more workers, more forklift operators and all that. We need customs. Customs should work 24/7, 3 shifts, so that at any time your items come, customs at any time of the day is open for business. You can go and process your import things, papers, and take your things out of the port. We must have a passport office that is operating longer than 8 hours, so that people who need passports and other such documentation can have access to it. We must have a DVLA that is working more shifts than 1 shift, so that more people can get their licenses processed in a shorter time than the current waiting time. In the private sector, the sectors that we are looking to promote and encourage to run 24/7 and 3 shifts are first the agro-processing sector. That is those who will process our cassava into cassava starch, cassava flour, gari, and all that. There's a huge market in Africa for all these products and in other parts of the world. Manufacturing, that is industry. Manufacturing, that is industry. And so the textiles industry, the fruits, juice making industry, all the industries, the iron and steel industry will be encouraged to run 24/7. The pharmaceutical sector, we want Ghana to be the pharmaceutical hub of the whole of Africa, so that we'll produce medicines here and export them to all other African countries. Construction sites, we want our construction companies to work 24/7 all year, all hours round, so that they can deliver our infrastructure faster than they currently do. Financial services, the same. Sanitation and garbage collection. It is better to collect garbage, bola, in the night, rather than collect the bola and be competing with cars in the daytime when we have rush hour traffic. Extractive industries, the mines, mining bauxite, mining gold, mining manganese, lithium, they must work 24/7, 3 shifts every day. Hospitality industry, our restaurants, our discotheques, our nightclubs, our hotels, 24/7, 24 hours a day. Retail centers, all the malls, there's no reason why you should start. People can come in the night time and buy items, so they should work longer than 8 hours. Transportation services, there should be buses running 24 hours, so that people who have to go to their jobs can be able to get a bus to go to their jobs. Security services, we need safety and security to be able to implement the 24-hour economy. And so we need more police officers, we need more soldiers, we need more prison officers, more fire service officers, more customs, more immigration. Now the support package for 24-hour businesses is to stimulate demand for 24-hour economy goods and services. And this will be supported by strategic investments in infrastructure, in security, in energy. We have public and private security architecture, cheaper and reliable electricity, that is the time of use tariff. So in the night when we're not using much of the power and it's going to waste, we can supply it to the 24-hour economy enclave at cheaper rates than we currently charge. Tax incentives to companies that will sign up for the 24-hour economy, they'll be given tax incentives so they pay lower taxes, so they can reinvest what they have saved back into increasing their production. We'll give them support from the Ghana Exim Bank, especially for the agro-processing and manufacturing sectors that are going to be exporting. We'll support SMEs operating capacity with catalytic investments to upgrade and generate jobs. The Accelerated Export Development Council, I'm going to chair that personally. We want to accelerate our exports. We're going to register more Ghanaian goods on the African Continental Free Trade Area so that we can export to other countries. And I'm going to chair that personally. And we'll meet every month and appraise where we are at in terms of encouraging Ghanaian businesses to export. This Accelerated Export Development Council will promote exports under the 24-hour economy. My running mate will talk more about this, so I will jump it. Women's Development Bank. It will give low interest loans, particularly to women's businesses. She'll talk more about it, so let's jump in. The National Apprenticeship Program will be for self-employment, and it will also help people who have come out of school at different levels, who want to go and learn a skill, but the parents are unable to pay the masters for them to go and learn. The government, through the district assemblies, is going to register all master craftsmen. We're going to pay them and assign these young people to them so that they can learn a skill to go into the world of work. Next slide. Free technical and vocational training for young people. The time for grammar school education has passed. The time where you were judged by the long grammar you could speak has passed. We now need more technicians, more mechanics, more plumbers, more artisans. And so we're going to shift our focus from grammar school and build more technical and vocational educational schools so that our children who leave pre-SHS, who leave JHS and are unable to continue can go and train as apprentices and be graduated with certificates. We'll provide them with startup capital to be able to start their own small businesses. We will also use NVTI to train and test them so that they can get their certificates to enter the world of work. We have what we call the Jumara program, and this is the entrepreneurial program. Nobody says you must finish school and become an employee. You can finish school and become an employer and employ employees. And so every year we want to target 10,000 youth entrepreneurs to set up their own businesses. We will mentor them, we will monitor them, we will supervise them until they are able to stand on their own feet, and they will employ their colleagues instead of becoming employees. Business development. We exempt new and small businesses, that is small and medium enterprises, new and small businesses that are registered. Income tax of those businesses from the first 2 years after they are incorporated. So if you are a young person under this program, you set up your business, for 2 years you won't pay any corporate income tax. You start paying after 2 years. Because we want the business to be able to get a grounding and be able to stand on its feet before they start paying taxes. We review the Customs Amendment Act to scrap the ban on salvage vehicles. Not everybody can afford a new vehicle. And so there are vehicles in good shape. They must have had a small accident. We have young people in the magazine who are repairing these vehicles. If we say we're banning these vehicles, we're throwing those young people out of work. And so we allow salvage vehicles to come in so that other people can buy vehicles at affordable rates. And if we do this, it will save the local automotive industry. And so the Swami magazine, the Kokompes, the Aboso kinds will continue to do their business even as we set up an automobile industry. We'll support the redevelopment of Kokompe, Aboso and all those magazines so that it creates a more congenial environment for people to come and do business. We will implement a Made in Ghana agenda for the production and consumption of Made in Ghana goods. Government is going to use its budget to buy Made in Ghana goods first. It's only when you can't get that good that you'll be allowed to buy a foreign product. If the good is produced in Ghana, you must buy it first. And so we're going to use government's financial muscle to encourage local production of goods and services. If you are a foreign industry and you want us to buy your goods, come and establish the factory here and produce what you want us to buy here. We will launch an Export Ghana policy, and it is the Accelerated Economic Development Council that is going to oversee this Export Ghana policy. I'm going to use that policy to facilitate exports under African Continental Free Trade Area and also the ECOWAS trade liberalization. We will enhance the role of the Ghana Exim Bank in financing non-traditional exports. We will readjust their focus so that they are putting money into industries that are exporting products, so that we can give them capital at a cheaper rate. Am I right? A money your pension scheme. We'll introduce a money your pension scheme so that persons in the informal sector who want to put something aside for their pension and their retirement can put 10 Ghana cedis a day, 5 Ghana cedis a week, 50 Ghana cedis a week. They will keep paying it so that when it gets to their turn for retirement, they have some money that they can rely on. We will also, this pension scheme will cover commercial drivers and my dear Okada riders. They will also be part of the pension scheme. It will also be extended to small-scale miners, farmers, fishermen, traders, and market women. People who receive cash on daily basis. You put a little aside. If it's every week, you go and pay it into the money, or you can use your mobile phone and pay, and your account will keep being updated. So after 15 years, that money has been invested. When you are retiring, you will have your pot of money so that you can be getting a pension every month in your old age. Digital jobs initiatives. We partner the private sector to invest $3 billion to leverage ICT for jobs. And this will be through the 1 million coders program. We announced this in 2020 and we didn't win power, so we couldn't implement it. Somebody lifted it from our 2020 manifesto and quickly put it out as if it was theirs. I said, go and look in 2020, you see that we had already put it there. But we will continue with our 1 million coders program to train 1 million people in coding and web development, software engineering, and others. We will stimulate demand for made in Ghana software. We are exporting a lot of hard currency. When we import goods, we know that we are sending foreign currency out to buy those goods. When we import food, we are sending money out to buy that food. But when we send money out to pay copyright, Microsoft, to Oracle, to all the people whose software we are running on our banks and all our online portals and all that, nobody sees it. And so if we are going to train 1 million coders to do software, web hosting and all that, we must create a demand for it locally. And so government will first see if we have the available software in-house before we allow anybody to buy software from outside. And so we exchange payments for subscriptions to overseas vendors. We establish regional digital centers for business process outsourcing. Business process outsourcing is when you sit in Ghana and you get a contract from abroad to do a certain job. You're able to do it from here without being physically there. And so you can process parking tickets in New York. You can process various items that they want. At times when they have gone to bed, they need somebody to be taking calls and responding to clients. They sometimes outsource it to other countries. Ghana is a good center to take advantage of this because our English is even clearer than many of the other countries that are doing the business process outsourcing. So people want Ghana to expand. Invest 50 million in a fintech growth fund to promote digital entrepreneurs. I announced this long ago when I met the fintech entrepreneurs. Set up zonal ICT parks to make Ghana the innovation, artificial intelligence, and cyber security center of Africa. Redevelop the Dawa ICT park into a world center of excellence. Ghana's first flagship program for jobs. We work with the private sector to make Ghana the hub for pharmaceutical production. I've announced this already. We want our pharmaceutical industry to export drugs to all other African countries and other places. We'll develop an integrated aluminum industry for industrialization. We'll invest in the production of plastics, fertilizers, and other synthetic materials here. Expansion of the automotive and vehicle assembly sector. With this one, government is going, if we budget to buy vehicles, we're going to buy vehicles that have been assembled in Ghana. We will not buy vehicles from outside and bring them in. So all those who have set up automotive assembly plants here, if government needs vehicles every year, we're going to buy those vehicles from them, not from outside. We will promote light industrial manufacture, especially the textiles and electronic products. Today I was speaking with an investor, and he was talking about the textiles industry. And I told him, I said, unfortunately, we're not producing our own cotton. And he said, you don't need to produce your own cotton now. You can import cotton from Burkina Faso, you can import cotton from Benin, and start your textile industry. And when you have started it, you can backward integrate it in your own cotton production. Brilliant idea. So I told him, on 8 January, I'll be in the office. Come and see me, and let's start working. And so we'll revamp the textile and cotton and allied industries. We'll set up agro-industrial zones in all regions. I've said this already. We'll get a site in every region. Government will clear the site. We'll develop the site. We'll bring water, electricity to the site. And any private sector developer who wants to produce to buy agro products and process can come and get a land within the agro processing zone and start his business, so that he doesn't have to go. So that he doesn't have to quarrel with families. They'll sell him land. Another person will come. No, the land was not for this one. Government will secure land so that they can easily set up their businesses. Establish mini processing plants for cassava, tomatoes, fruits. Set up cashew processing factories in Bono East and Ahafo, where we have the most cashew. Set up ginger processing plant in OT. We look at the comparative advantage of every region, and we'll set up the plants that suits that region. We're not doing one district, one factory. We are looking at every region's comparative advantage, and we put in the processing capacity that will make use of their products. Facilitate the construction of 20 medium-scale animal feed processing plants and revamp the collapsing poultry industry. One of the major inputs that goes into poultry and livestock is the feed. It is very expensive because we import a lot of it currently. If we're producing more of it, we can get a lower price for the feed. And so we'll set up 20 feed processing plants so that they can process and produce feed locally. One area is the Bono area. I know the Doma area, there's a lot of poultry. We'll give poultry cages to all the young people who want to do poultry. Exim Bank will give them assistance to produce the chicken. We'll produce cold storage facilities and processing facilities so they can process their chicken and keep it in the cold storage facilities ready for the market. Establish, it's gone. Okay. Agriculture for jobs. We want to make agriculture more attractive through modernization to ensure food security and job creation. We reduce food inflation to lower the high cost of living through our agriculture for economic transformation program. We roll out a Feed Ghana program, which is to boost food production, guarantee food security, and supply raw materials to industry. And this is my favorite project, to establish farmers service centers in all agricultural production areas. And in each farmer service center, there will be tractors, there will be harvesters, there will be plows, there will be harrows, there will be planters, everything you need to do modernized farming. And our farmers are going to be registered within the catchment area of the farmer service center. And at the beginning of the year, you go to your farmer service, the planting season, you go to your farmer service center, they'll provide you with the services, give you the fertilizer, give you the proof seeds, plow for you, plant for you. And when you harvest and you sell your crops, you come and pay the cost of the inputs that they gave you. farm banks with agricultural zones to ease access to land and irrigation facilities for agricultural purposes, encourage young people to go into farming. We need to bring more of our land into irrigation because you know what happens here. There's a drought in the north and parts of Bono region for almost 8 weeks. The rain didn't fall, and so people have lost their crops. And we will go more for irrigations, even if small scale boreholes. We have the Volta River all along the banks of the Volta River. We can develop irrigation facilities. Promoting good governance, combating corruption, remarkably reduce the size of government to 60 ministers. No more than 60 ministers. And so there'll be other things for other people to do. We all can be ministers. I know when I see ministers, I say, there are people aim to become ministers, but we all can be ministers. So we will choose 60 ministers, but us would have assignments that they can do. Address the benefit disparities between Article 71 holders. I said this already. We have 2 public servants, Article 71, and then the others who are under the full wages. And so we want to bridge the disparity between them so that all of us come under the Independent Implements Committee, and our salaries and implements are determined from the smallest watchman to the president. We will determine our salaries and wages. A ruthless war against corruption. Operation Recover All the Loot. Prohibit political appointees and politically exposed persons, not only political appointees and politically exposed persons, and all 7 public officials from purchasing state assets. So it's not only me who cannot buy a state asset. My wife Lodina cannot buy a state asset. My son Shahid or Aida cannot buy a state asset because they are politically exposed persons. Reopen investigations into major unresolved cases, including the Awasu West Wogombai election violence, the 2020 election killings, the unresolved murder of Ahmed Swali and Silas Wulo Chami. There are all these cases that occurred under this administration. They refused to investigate them. Even where they've investigated, they refused to implement the report. They've not paid any compensation to the persons who are affected. We're going to look at all that and we'll deal with it. Dedicate equitable attention to all levels of education. Improve PSHS. Improve the quality of food for our children. Cancel the double track so that all our children can go to school at the same time. We're going to provide dedicated and sustainable source of funding for free SHS. The problem with the SHS is it has no dedicated funding, and so it's subject to the hazards of the budget. And often the consolidated fund does not release funds, and so children go hungry because the funds have not arrived. Decentralize the procurement of food for SHSs to boost rural economies. The feeding grant will go to the schools, to the headmasters and the business, and they will go to the local market and buy the beans, the granules, the rice, the cassava dough, the agbelima, the meat from the local market, so that the town in which the school is located can all benefit from that. It will also allow the headmasters to provide more nutritious foods than the current system. I said this already, implement a new academic fees policy for 100 students, no fees stress policy. We will use 5D and low Earth orbit systems to improve the quality of education across the country by extending course tutorials to students everywhere. We have good masters in different schools, and so perhaps the best mathematics master is in Wesley Hills. The best English teacher is in Ghana Secondary School. The best geography teacher is in GSTS. Ghana Education Service will select these teachers, and they will teach. They will be filmed teaching the course online. They will teach online, and we will upload this course content on YouTube, and so you can go on YouTube and download what you want. If it's mathematics, you download it. If it's geography, you download it. But at the same time, it will be available on demand. And because we're going to put Starlink internet satellite on every secondary school, the teachers can use Starlink to show the children demonstration by these teachers. And so you can be in Burugu Secondary School. The best maths master in Wesley Girls will be teaching you because you'll be able to download his course material. And that's the Basintali boy. We'll provide free tertiary education, I've said that already. We'll provide continuing students with financial assistance. We're going to reintroduce what we had started, which is the Student Loan Fund Trust Fund Plus. It's the Student Loan Plus. And so it's an enhanced student loan. You get more money from the Student Loan Plus. And you only start paying when you get employment, when you leave school. Implement a bed for all. We have a bed for all program. Our tertiary institutions have huge lands that are not utilized. Normally when we want to build a university, we take a huge piece of land, and after many years, part of the land is still lying fallow, and even people are encroaching on the lands. And so we're going to sit with the universities and carve out a part of their land. And we're going to get the private sector. We'll do a design of hostels. If you're interested in investing your money in the hostel, you will build the hostel, we will regulate the charges, and you will pay for the cost of it over a period of time, and you can make your profit. So that more of our children can have accommodation on campus. That is Bed for All program. The hostels will be by the private sector. They will build it, they will charge the fees, but we will sit with them and calculate the fees so that they are not too exorbitant. Legislation to streamline and regulate the award of government scholarships. Government scholarships have been fraught with a lot of calabule. We want to streamline it, and as I've said, since with conflict of interest will not be allowed to apply for scholarship. I would not apply for a scholarship for my children. None of my ministers will do it. Any political appointee must not apply for scholarships. You must pay for yourself. Leave the scholarships for children of the underprivileged. Those who can afford it are the ones who must get the scholarships. I'm going to do that. We'll abolish teaching licensure exam. We'll abolish teaching licensure exams and integrate it into the licensing process in their final year exam. We will institute the Chadabre project. And what it means is that any new school we are building must be accompanied by accommodation teachers. We're not going to build classroom blocks anymore without teacher accommodation. Every new classroom block, every school must have teacher accommodation. And we'll also accelerate providing accommodation by the existing schools that do not have them. And that will be the teacher, it means the teacher will sleep program. In consultation with the stakeholders, we will push ahead with the implementation. This has been on the drawing board for a long time. That's 20% basic salary, special allowance for teachers and workers who accept postings to rural areas. Most of our teachers and health workers don't want to go to rural areas. Everybody wants to serve in the city. And so we're going to map out what we define as rural areas. If you accept posting through there, you get 20% of your basic salary as an incentive, as an allowance to teach in the rural area. Expand infrastructure to ensure prompt employment of nurses and teachers. And so that is also part of it. Assist teachers to own their own vehicles of their choice by offering flexible duty payment arrangements and employer guarantees in partnership with teacher unions and the bank sector. We will encourage teachers to take loans to own their own cars, teachers and other public sector workers. And so your bank will pay for the car, we will deduct it from your salary and pay straight to the bank. And what we'll do is, we will not waive the duty on the vehicle. What we will do is, we will allow you to pay the duty in small installments until you finish paying the duty, so that the car is yours. You'll be using the car while paying bit by bit by bit. I didn't say 1 cedi, 2 cedis, 1,000 years, but it will be a percentage of your salary that will go towards paying the cost of the car and the installment payments of the duties. This is going to be the age of the railways. We have paid lip service building railways for a long time, and this time we want to make a move on it. It's going to be done by build, operate, and transfer. Because we've been shut out of the international credit market, there's no way we can go on the capital market and borrow to build railway lines. We're going to offer an expression of interest, transparent to companies that are willing to invest in our railways, and they will bring the money to build the railway lines, and all the revenue will go towards repaying the railway lines. And so if it takes 25 years to repay, they will control it for 25 years. After 25 years, when they have recouped their money, then we'll sit down with them, and then they will transfer the asset to the government of Ghana. And so the western and eastern lines will be connected to the landlocked countries. And so there will be a line that joins from the western and eastern lines and goes up north to Burkina Faso, so that we can send Burkina Faso containers up to the country, and we can bring their cotton and their imports down to the ports for exports. Construct urban city railway and back rapid transit. The time has come for us to take some of our people off the roads. Many countries are moving in that direction, and so there are light railways that supplement the urban transport system. And so we'll do a feasibility study and see how we can get BOTs to start light transit rail. Promoting responsible mining, ban issuance of new mine leases and activity in forest reserves. We're going to close the forest reserves and get all those mining and all of them who have decimated our forest reserves. We are going to march them out of the forest reserves. Some of those trees in the forest reserves are 700, 800,000 years old. And just because you want to take a little gold from there, you go and destroy the whole forest reserve. That is why we are having drought in our. That is part of the reason why our cocoa industry is going down. Because we are not getting enough rainfall. Because looking for that small gold they are destroying all the forest reserves and destroying the climate in our country. So those there, get ready, start packing your things. After 7 January, if you are not out of the forest reserve, we are going to come and march you out of the forest reserve. We'll establish mining cooperatives in all mining districts. We'll set up a gold board that will be responsible for buying gold from the small-scale mining sector. The way we have the cocoa board, buying cocoa from the farmers, we'll have a gold board that will buy all the gold from the small-scale miners. It will send it to our own refinery to be refined. We'll export refined gold and get all the value addition instead of sending the raw bullion out the way we are currently doing. Decentralized regulatory licensing and processes for artisanal miners. That is setting up offices of the Minerals Commission in all mining districts. Implement a blue water initiative to heal and harness the environment. We're going to clean the poisoned waters that have been poisoned by mining so that we can discharge those waters back into our rivers. We're also going to hide the young people in tree growing. And so in the areas where mining has finished, we'll level the ground, close all the holes, and we'll have young boys from the community. We'll pay them a stipend every month. We'll give them a bobo yas. We'll put polytanks in there so that they can plant trees on the mined out land so that we can reclaim the lands. Implement tree for life reforestation policy. This is what I just talked about. And so we're going to plant commercial trees like cocoa, palm, and rubber on the lands that have been reclaimed. Implement a blue water initiative. I just talked about it. So these are just bits of what you are going to see in Manifesto. My running mates and Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, and other experts will go into more detail in some of the areas that I've touched on. But this is just a tidbit of what we are to see. I'll come back after with the 120-day agenda. That is when I'm elected on 7th January, 2025. Within 120 days, I have a social contract with the people of Ghana. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to do in the first 120 days. Thank you very much.
Akoma FM 87.9 Kumasi.
Right, Akoma 87.9 FM. Yes, we check 12 minutes after 3. So, yeah, the coverage of the NDC Manifesto launch at the Bro. Now, former President John Dramani Mahama and the highlight of the manifesto. Now, somebody will be out to Japan. Penifora, the corner mache so far. And some of the boss, Evans, Evans, Mami, Emma, so far. I would see the former President John Dramani Mahama also on the highlights.
Yes.
To know, on a DNA, what the kind of day. Na personal e ba ne running mates
Prophet Jane
Kwajeman eba be room
because on she will be the chairperson of the economic management committee.
Yes,
Koba say NDC to me we need year 2024 elections.
Well, and committee so put together this manifesto. No member. Yes, after the 22 committees almost setting up.
Yes.
There was a 23-member committee. They put it together the document and they ordinary to ja. But my name share what me so far from former President John Dramani Mahama ne highlight on the buy and key ones I bit my wasem until
Adebako say it me establish ewa ha and say. And it's something that, I mean, Akoma dream for a very long time. And I ran it through my dream for a very long time. The naming of the seat of presidents is very clear. Say
indirectly.
MPP to Swa
indirectly
house. But say NDC to Swa a Flagstaff house.
Indirectly.
Of course. Adebako so kaya for me, I think say a timelines for them. Maybe it begs for that question. Say, okay, and nema why nominate nyana obetimi ayeno within 4 years because all best started no. Okay, say enema the first 4 years. Me pese me yini. Say John, or say obe abolish ye levy. COVID levy obe ye free ho. Gulf oil deal and so obe investigate it. And afe bansa a year 2018, the current administration egu no so no. Obe say bia yengu ne kwan paso because we use the word wrongful collapse. Si yengu ne kwan paso dia ene obesa restore omo license no e dia ma omo intimi say obi to say park syndrome or sre free tertiary education to all persons with disabilities omo a enwan mo medi dem say o qualify so bit be university in Kwandia ene school fees no
already way was captured in the youth policy. And a free statutory pass to all girls at school. I think say I did we say once a month very positive. Okay, say there was a petition.
Yes.
A call Parliament.
Yes.
Say taxes are a wasono.
A wasono.
You free ho.
But you say the last budget government in the omo produce internally here. Omo weaver. They are not going to pay the taxes. It's a bit company Ghana Hana
now produce BDR
yes. Now uncapped the national health insurance levy and our faces of free primary health care. Patient we know any child's car will still get health care at NHS compound. I had number some who sika or the best idea we sika or the bear run say a beer or bungugu yo we are
yeah
uni NHS card call or chest compound be a better free. It's coming anyway. I want to understand this, but me did say why ye or I debate or Yamia don't say be a John. I know okay, but I think I'm sure say been your time.
But tsunami say once or don't copy the health insurance, no. That means that there will be enough money for health insurance.
Say John, I know the
yeah.
Yet here is a free senior high school, so I knew maybe a
source, yeah.
Okay, so we want to know where that money will come from because and then of course, young Maka 4 years and also the base animal winning. Yeah, can be forever. Right,
but that's Prince,
sir.
Mamin Jones, so dear.
Well, not Mamin twas a short free baby. I made them see and son. I hear remuno. Meaning by now, I'm saying, me sure say William Evansin Kum. Yeah, twas no or keep data no on the number of promises are able to join in the manifesto of NDC. Now, make us a 2012. I'm my 596 promises. Only winning elections. 2016. I'm my 666 promises. Only lose elections. 2020. The SY elections are here and saying on my 617 promises. Only lose elections. See, I mean, because now make us say the youth manifesto no, I'm my 88 promises already. And meaning the money is it going to be below 617? No, I want to lose the SY elections, no, and I say be broso because the minimum say jam. I'm a who say on one case our state no your economy no all my more promises no ebema say I don't know feasible no obi to me I no ebe form. So I'm looking at that and we sure say after no we can therefore conclude whether or not say ebe bro 617 no and I say drew near here whether I say ebe to me akonem say to me enkonem. So John on promises are all no they have to be capture back ewa hanum very key say Ghana 40 years and also obey improve education at all levels. It has been a problem you can several say it appears that this current MPP no on focus on senior high school and I believe say open say education every year pa fine nobody is saying say SS rule here but basically a key because I have always maintained say Accra Osano na this year no still year even to other countries like South Africa I believe that I'm saying extra day schools any other schools and penny for baby and extra day or by hanum no a formula no say we quantity em kwa na kire honum and to say James so about improve education at all levels. I feel say
when you can at the private they say basic there government
no even
people or more go through training
even basic you know and I make us basic you know other countries are or more a pass it through a costro pan a basic what you say bia doctor PhD min PhD anything ka doctor no ba foma kokyere na a form no ya solidify form no but ya hani there ya fani so a form no we training college then kokyere o costro ro ko sha doctor mo ho this so be boa ama all levels are me sure say capitation grants be konanim school feeding at the basic school be konanim me sure say me no ka say enkwan destin say my problem be konanim me sure say textbooks say enko be konanim you understand na amiti level aye dey ma because me ntia say bc na say John say akwa o so a basic school end free but akwa o 18 years 19 end free e Ghana see tax no na ye dey adwuma na say your foreign exchange and ye dey adwuma na Accra o so na o 10 years end free
basa at least onu dey onu as Accra no dey or spend time e school every day one parent in 20 yes be man one
day school for man one day school for one hot meal
because open obekofi
na we no
at the basic now at the basic good primary no from primary 1 to 6 even KG crack home only you need to
say any school bia on record and we free feeding
okay
you understand
as in primary I said the
basic even basic
the data available no kakra no aban no eguso extend
and I make say even on record any junior high school be on free feeding
And junior high school, yes.
Primary. But a basic school, a primary GHS, and my basic school. I don't know, crown with junior high school, or courses a Benebiani.
Well,
is it, sir, on Tuabana, and what I to get a point, say, I see you improve here, I see making sure, sir, from you very okay. Now you're quiet, you to me at the apostle from senior high school. Of course, Maminka about the Bed for All program in the universities. I say minority the room.
Yes, Mamma Doc Akwaba and San Mako Namako. Doc Akwaba. Yeah. Evans, Pinamano, Doc, some Biaboko dear. Oh, Yamado, but I say a corner, you could see case of the by a bar. I'm wanting it here. Never share the account. What that's it.
Pursue the following policies. 1. We reset the entire fiscal framework to achieve efficient resource mobilization and effective utilization of public funds. 2. We will shift from the over-concentration of the macroeconomy to the microeconomy, where investment in the real sector will anchor sustainable macroeconomic environment and economic growth. We will implement an enduring economic policy to build sustainable economic buffers to stabilize and cushion the Ghana cedi. We will undertake a number of reforms. First is the value-added tax reform, VAT reforms. Currently, Ghana's effective VAT rate is about 22%. In fact, the highest in Africa. This is because Get Fund levy of 2.5%, National Health Insurance levy of another 2.5%, and COVID levy of 1% are all added to the statutory VAT rate of 15% for the final determination of a value-added tax. Businesses are not allowed to deduct their input VAT for NHIL, Get Fund, and COVID levy. Aside the high effective VAT rate, Ghanaians are compelled to pay 3 and 6% of flat rate for VAT purposes. This effectively defeats the key principles of the input-output of the value-added tax regime. In fact, some businesses are now unable to cope with this high tax regime, and as a result, they are relocating from Ghana to places like Togo, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, and Nigeria. It's also a fact that this is part of the reasons why some of our citizens, particularly professionals, are migrating out of our country in droves in search for greener pastures. The NPP government has distorted Ghana's value-added tax policy by implementing both sales tax and value-added tax at the same time. This is indeed the height of incompetence on the part of NPP tax policy formulation and administration. Our pledge: the next NDC government will undertake a comprehensive review of Ghana's VAT regime. This is indeed intended to provide a relief for households and businesses. We will therefore adhere to the underlying input-output principles of the value-added tax regime. The next NDC government will do the following: 1. Abolish the COVID levy. 2. We will reverse the decoupling of the Get Fund, NHIL, and COVID levy from the value-added tax system. We will reduce the effective VAT rate from the 22% to a bearable limit. We will reverse the VAT flat rate, and we will upwardly adjust the VAT registration threshold to exempt micro, small business from the collection of value-added tax. We will improve VAT compliance through public education and awareness. Aside the VAT reforms, we will also undertake a public debt management reforms. In fact, to restore confidence in Ghana's economy and the capital market, and to prevent a repeat of President Akufo-Addo and Vice President Bawumia's reckless and excessive borrowing that resulted in crude and painful haircuts, the next NDC government will establish an independent public debt management office to ensure effective public debt management. We will also review and enforce the Fiscal Responsibility Act, Act 982, and implement a fiscal consolidation plan to ensure fiscal discipline. We will also implement a deliberate policy to build sustainable economic buffers to cushion and stabilize the Ghana city. We will also undertake a public expenditure management reforms, and in doing so, we will tackle the wastage of public funds and ensure prudent expenditure management, and we will also do the following. We will establish an independent value for money office to scrutinize government procurement above a threshold to be determined by Parliament. We will reset the entire fiscal framework and implement a robust fiscal policy regime for effective utilization of public funds. Colleagues, historically, the Ghanaian economy has been the second largest in West Africa, aside Nigeria. But Ghana has lost its enviable position to Cote d'Ivoire due to lack of investment and dedicated policy towards economic transformation and growth. As at end 2016, the size of Ghana's economy was 55 billion Ghana cedis, representing the second in West Africa. All that of Cote d'Ivoire was 48 billion Ghana cedis, the third largest in West Africa. However, in 2022, Ghana lost its enviable position of the second largest economy in West Africa to Cote d'Ivoire. As at the time, in the year 2022, Ghana's GDP was $73 billion, while that of Ivory Coast was $75 billion. So since independent, for the first time, Ivory Coast overtook us in terms of the size of GDP as at the year 2022. This situation is projected to worsen by end of this year. While the Ivory Coast GDP is projected to be $89 billion, Ghana's projected GDP by end of this year is estimated to be $75 billion. Honorable members and colleagues, in order to reverse this downward trend, the next NDC government will introduce and implement a $10 billion big push. This big push is aimed at driving the needed focus and investment for economic growth and transformation. The big push will be a major economic policy of the next NDC government with 4 key economic growth poles. First is the Western Corridor Economic Enclave project, and then second is the Eastern Corridor Golden Growth Agenda. The third is the Transformational Road Transport Plan, and the fourth is the Cocoa and Palm Economic Crop Rejuvenation Program. Ladies and gentlemen, the NPP government has been a monumental failure. They have destroyed our livelihood. They have indeed driven our economy aground. They have collapsed Ghana's cocoa sector. They have wasted and dissipated Ghana's public fund. They have destroyed our good governance. They have reversed the progress of our country. They have delivered crude and painful haircuts across board. They have corrupted the moral fiber of our dear country. And of course, they have implemented the Ejapadiye state capture plan. Let me say, fellow countrymen and women, that the time has come for us to come together to restore our country and reset our country. Many of them Ghana for Abani or the Hochero Sonko or the Abraham. Abani Wehu Yada Yenda. The Juman Yuho in Branson Yedumanye in Katesia Suwani Dumanye. Yaraka Siciliary, Serious Company Madarabaye. One man Hochero Kasaba, Diato Sramoni de. Abani or Sudan Kasa on to me Yamonyi. Baby, I was the Ghana question. Sambaka Moho, Ambaka President Mahamanoho, Ambaka Ya Treba, Yen sister, Yan Mami, Professor Nana Jane, Opokwa Jamanoho, Ne Yambua Yam Papa or your President John Mahama, Minianom, and Watchern or Begin Semifigana. Diato Sramo de,
Momboahen, 50 matomofo. Mwamu NDC party, Yaka party or Guinea, only NDC party. In Budiaba, Wabuahen, Yatutu Samuina, Mumba Kayaho, Nayana Ghana, only ye, Sunday baby Agana Rokon, why Fododo, baby or money quay, say Yankam boom, Nasa Yam J or money and fee MPP once a man. A crew or Bessay, Madame Asibe, Mishra Muina.
That is our minority leader in Parliament, the Honorable Atokeso. Forcing. We are moving straight to agriculture and agribusiness, and we are inviting on stage the Honorable Eric Opoku, MP for Sunafo South and ranking member for the Parliamentary Committee on Food and Agriculture. The Honorable Eric Opoku. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Your Excellency, the incoming President of the Republic of Ghana, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I crave your indulgence to stand on the established protocols to dissect the agricultural policies of the next NDC government. The agricultural sector is confronted with low production, low productivity, food losses, limited markets, and poor access to credit, among others. These have largely been occasioned by low investment in the agricultural modernization and the entire value chain, leading to food insecurity and the alarmingly high food inflation the nation is grappling with. Also confronting the sector is the problem of climate change and environmental degradation, aggravated by the increased rate of illegal mining. It is estimated that Ghana spends $2 billion, cedi equivalent of almost 32 billion, to import food annually to supplement local production. This places undue pressure on the cedi. Hence, the exchange rate, which was $1 to 4 cedis in 2016, is now $1 to almost 16 cedis in Ghana. We import tomatoes, pepper, onions, palm oil, among several other items. Trade data from Ghana Vegetable Producers and Exporters Association indicate that the annual tomato import from neighboring Burkina Faso has hit a staggering $100 million from an estimated $99.5 million in 2018. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in 2022, our national demand for pepper was 340,000 metric tons, out of which 121 metric tons, constituting 38.5%, was produced locally and 61.5% imported. Ghana spent a whopping $354.9 million on the importation of pepper into Ghana. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, food inflation, which was 22.6% in May 2024, is a major contributor to inflation in Ghana. The World Bank has ranked Ghana 6th in Africa with the highest food inflation. Ghana, which recorded its lowest food inflation of 5% in July 2024 under John Dramani Mahama, has recorded its highest of 61% in January 2023 under Nanado Bawumia government. According to the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, in terms of the prevalence of moderate or severe food insecurity in Ghana, 12.9 million people, or 39.4% of the total population, were affected in 2022. According to the World Bank, the rising food inflation has pushed 850,000 people into poverty, joining the 6 million already in that category. Ghana has paid $12 million for the Pualugu multipurpose dam, for which no work has been done.
Ghana's unemployment rate hit 14.7% in 2023. Ghana has expended almost 3 billion on a program called Planting for Food and Jobs, intended to ensure food availability and affordability. Yet, food inflation is ballooning. The next NDC government is committed to addressing these challenges through an agricultural economic transformation agenda, ITA, which will focus on modernizing agriculture and promoting agribusiness to reduce food inflation, ensure food security, boost exports, and create sustainable jobs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the strategies crafted for the realization of the ITA is the Feed Ghana program, which will drive our nation towards food sufficiency. The program is imperative, considering the imbalance between food production and consumption in Ghana. Under this program, the NDC government will feed the Ghanaian people as well as Ghanaian industries. It will foster symbiotic relationships between agriculture and industry to unlock the full potential of our state and liberate the entire citizenry from abject poverty. Interventions for the realization of the objectives include, under food crops, the implementation of transformational grains development projects to increase the local production of maize, rice, soybeans, and so on. Production of roots and tubers through investment in research and the adoption of locally manufactured and approved technology. Restructure and strengthen the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, GIDA. Implementing a vegetable development project called Yeridua to enhance the production of tomatoes, onions, pepper, and other vegetables. Under poultry, we are going to revamp the collapsing poultry industry by providing incentives for farmers and promoting local consumption under the Made in Ghana agenda. Rolling out a poultry farm to table project in collaboration with Poultry Farmers Association to boost poultry production. Implementing a broiler production cooperatives project involving at least 160,000 rural women each, producing 100 bags every 6 months. Roll out a livestock development project to boost meat and dairy production, especially of cattle, piggery, and small ruminants. The NDC will increase productivity and development of fisheries, aquaculture, and the blue economy as follows. Establish a blue economy commission that will conserve marine and freshwater resources of the country and use them in a sustainable way to enhance economic development. Enhance aquaculture through improved fish genetics, commercial fingerling production, strengthen quality assurance and disease control, and support research and development in fisheries and aquaculture through institutional resources. Restore efficient pre-mixed fuel distribution through landing beach committees. Provide technology to fishers and enhance sea security to optimize fishing operations. And Ghana cocoa. Baby akodu sesiano koko adwuma na sei e wo man mu koko ayewra mama penso 2016 yati koko enya 969,000 tons and around 7 say koko Ghana tea no afi 2024 nyina no e 450,000 tons koko ayewra mama toye 2013 koko board nyamfaso 2014 Cocoa Board Nyamfaso, 2015 Cocoa Board Nyamfaso. Eba na na Kufuado, anybody umia ebedi akonyan. 2017 Cocoa Board Boka, 2018 Cocoa Board Boka, 2019 Cocoa Board Boka, 2020 Cocoa Board Boka, 2021 Cocoa Board Boka, 2022 Cocoa Board Boka. I was on the say 2023. Omo di aba bontin se omo nyamfaso ye ka krom se nya no prese cocoa board nyamfaso omo si di entom nyamfaso no se Omo tu omo kan bi ahyeda da akye ye fie ntu ti film dia omo nya mfaso na je say the cocoa board akodro no abusiafo say see aye ka say for the first time in our history cocoa board ajibosia our banks e wo Ghana ha abusia no ye be 13 billion sa abusia no cocoa board say ontimi ntua into ati ahyeda say da akye se nkwala wo Ghana no ba omo ba betua atua eho esi ho sesi aye no mo ka say koko sika abanya ni nyina no dodo ni nyina no omu yusuru office eno am de kakra bi eko akuafo no nchen 2021 omu se Ghana nya koko 1,045,000 sabre no sika omu yusuru no office aye office expenditure na ye 1.7 billion Ghana cedis 2022 koko ayete ye no so tee yenya 1 million bio yenya 683,000 now so sika ye di no office no epeja free 1.7 billion ekodu 2.6 billion Ghana cedis 2023 de si o man mu ya wo hosam kra koko ye ton Ghana nyina ye 655,000 now so office expenditure eno kwa ye 3.4 billion Ghana cedis eti koko sika nyina no omo use no office akuafo no enya ho faso bia enfiansu ni MPP abantua bonus ama akuani bia da na so admayefo na ahwe koko no so aboka no omo de omu tua bonus e de ma wo mo ho sesi aye ka sei nyame yadma na watwa wa yanim no e wo se aban odi koko buo eba ebuo foforo a wode ma Ghana akuafo Ghana enfia aduasa mienu ni dia ye ya ne se ye kwamansa dwom ni akwaji bosia esi hu wa form ni adi abeto koko ni adi koko no akotuaka NDC time 2016 yakoya no yaje 1.8 billion dollars na esi hu no aya 1.5% yetimi ye ni nyina kama etuaka oha obi anya dai ama afi atwa mu 2023 Ghana papa bosia na ni apa 1.5 billion dollars yakoya mrafo say omo sani yesi koko sekada yentimi ntua enti yenya 1.5 billion yenya 800 million dollars 800 million dollars no yede beto koko na yenya koko ni nyina anto sika no so nyina sa enti du do se ekotua no yentimi antua ni na nzere yede akosi bronika koko no ton baako 350,000 ton bia so ye bag dusia enti koko a we yanim na sia no sayetia awose yete ton 350,000 ekotuaka ansana de beka no yakuafo no atumi anya bi sesia enei bosia yakopa beto koko no koko board koya ya anya bi wo mo twatro se o ma na so o mo kwaji bio no mu pebi wo Ghana ha bosia na agina broche no ehun si hu no ya na so Ghana ha bosia wanya no fofofo kra no 30% interest and so be den waka se ehwo de no muwa jesu obaje ha de na eno na ebebu awo na de otoso mi enu se koko board na match omo twa nkata akoma ma babosia ni nyina se obi amra na mama buaye na yema mama ya bosia omo de nkata ni nyina koi ama wo mhwe mu no omo se dabi de mo baje na anu mantu antua ya de mamu bie wa nya de am betumi atua enti ya fe sika ma ho nti se siai so mo bie koko next week sika ya de beto koko wo ma mu no ebe ya de ena me no mo kasai se okuta koko back na wa so koto na broche e wa broche dwom a wo si saba Ghana sika no a koko bag bia no eye 9,720 cedis 97 million koko bag baako enti ya hwe aban no sa 97 million no anya bibia kra no akuafo na bia koko no de 6,000 de e wa so wo ma akuafo no sa aban afasa amma akuafo na eye 60 million na ene na edom kuma ye ne akuafo ebete aban no so tua ade na NDC aban say ye beye kuadwuma ndi ebeye nie de di kan omo koji bosia atwa ye koko ni nyina aguso mbedua 600 million dollars sika na sa koko no so omo antimi anua omo ka kire akuafo say omo anua omfuo ye rajo mama ni NDC say so nyame de ne ba be di akonwa yi a ye beye hyehyɛ na akuafo a yɛtwa mumfo a yɛ anua ni nyina abaya buamo ama ya duasa koko ni nyina ama koko no asaya babio afei ya baye koko colleges our regions edua koko ni nyina na ya treche koko akuafo sani ya baye onbehunu koko adwuma no so ye na ya tre wo amoma no so bi sani ya baye a si afa adwumafo amoma ye koko no adwuma koko akuafo man so ebetimi aya adwuma ni bie afei dia to so se NDC aban bebi akonya ya na ya wa akonya so no yakoton koko na ne buo no ya di mu nchichemu wa no aduoso 70% ena ma akuafo sesi akoko buo wo sesi ai aban no chemu nan aba fa miensa ena de ba ko ema akuafo yewra mama so bebi akonya ya sa wo hwa akuafo ya koko adwuma no so be dai ebe ye yie enti sika be ba koko no no wo de dudu ni nyina be ma akuafo no na mo de dua koko no dodo na magana nso so enya mfaso afọ koko kuani bia wo Ghana se yewra mama be bia konwa ya koko kuani bia obefo hospital free health insurance unye bio it is a koko board ebe ye health insurance e dia ma koko kuani bia eti ya ma card na unye koko kuani a ya register we wi a wanya card no eno an se we dey call hospital ewu a koko board besa renew ama wa kuani bia be call hospital won tua bio afei akuafo bonus na ayira no NDC aban besa the bonus na yedai ababio afei nuo aye fertilizer ye rajon mama otogu ho say ye fanye koko no otwetwe ho not for sale ebe ye fra konya so me enche fertilizer ni wie na dodo na agu office ye nuanu man bi before ba no amso mo to fertilizer no 80 Ghana akuafo na ntini anto into my new office hot proy auditor general the report abroad of parliament say fertilizer a pro yankwano na ne buo eye 239 million Ghana cedis eye titisika no almost 240 billion omo mani gu office asaifa yera mama say the fertilizer ni babio se ba ya koko no beso obama akuafo free fertilizer yebama wonno na akuafo timi ayemfuo no ama koko na ayedai aye kama afei koko kuani bia wo Ghana ha yewra mama se yema wasonte se kuadwuma be ya ejinamoso akandie bia mu de be koko adwuma no ebe ma koko adwuma na yeye no se nyame ya adoma ode ni nyina be ma mu na wacha mochi na afei ya biabie koko processing factories na ye koko na no ye timidi bia ye chocolate ni nyawa bebre wa ha na ya farm ma enmu nana no nyina so adwuma medamase nyame hiramu.
Thank you very much, MP for Isunafo South and ranking member for the Parliamentary Committee on Food and Agriculture. That was revealing. Thank you very much. Koko Boda Brankasa. Anyway, moving on, let's introduce some of our chiefs who have joined us. Osaberi Makwekwata II is Omahine of the Ogwa traditional area. A round of applause for Saberima. Dasibra Kwebu Ewusi the 7th, former vice chairman of the House of Chiefs and the chief of Abiaze. Thank you very much for your time, Nana. Oketeku Kome the 8th, chief of commander, hometown of Arani Mate. Thank you very much, and thank you for giving us such a beautiful woman with a beautiful soul. Nanam Mate Wayo the 2nd, chief of Achim Asenho. Thank you very much for your time. Nana Kusibuedum, representing Amentim Otu the 11th, the paramount chief of Abra State. Thank you very much, Nana. And representative of the chief of Winneba, led by Neyi Gati Jankuma the 3rd, Adontihene of the Winneba traditional area. Thank you very much, and thank you for accepting us into your constituency. Next is the Honorable, I call him Son of Man, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa is MP. Is MP for the North Tongue constituency, and he will be speaking on good governance. I think that he's the best person to speak on governance. Every morning I'm looking for his wall on Facebook to read what is the scandal of the day. Honorable Samuel Okujeto-Ablakwa, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Obi. Zazu. Zazu. Our incoming President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, our incoming First Lady, our incoming first female Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, my own mother, Professor Nana Jenopoko Ajiman, our major national executives, and the well-established protocol, and of course, our distinguished Right Honorable Speaker. So I am to speak to you on the good governance and combating corruption aspect of our manifesto. And we must all recognize that the only way we can fight corruption, combat corruption, and defeat corruption is by having leadership which is trusted, which is incorruptible, which has the track record of being honest with the Ghanaian people. Character is key. Without character, the corruption fight cannot be won. Without integrity, the corruption fight cannot be won. And we all know that in His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we have a leader who has that character, who has that track record to fight corruption and to defeat corruption. So as I stand before you today, the joy I have is that even though we have been depressed by intercepting on a daily basis the evidence of their corruption, the evidence of their looting, the evidence of their state capture, I am glad that with President Mahama, the final interception, the interception of our victory will happen on the 7th of December 2024. Comrades, brothers and sisters, you hear on a daily basis some people saying the two parties appear the same. MPP, NDC are the same. In this fight against corruption, we refuse, we reject that baseless and unfounded claim that the two parties are the same. We are not the same. The NDC is different. We are not the same. Fortunately, President Mahama has been in office before. Did you ever hear President Mahama say that he woke up with a nightmare and so has decided to make a personal pledge, and so he's going to sing $58.1 million in the world's most expensive pit? That has never happened at any NDC leader. Where God is deceived, the clergy are deceived, and the Ghanaian people are deceived. It has never happened and will never happen under President Mahama. That was not the only deceit with the 339 million CD National Cathedral. In the process, so many important edifices were demolished. As we speak, the Judicial Institute has been demolished. Judges' bungalows have been demolished. Scholarship Secretariat demolished. Passport Head Office demolished. NCCE bungalows demolished. Comsys IT firm demolished. Waterstone Realty Apartment Complex demolished. The Malian Ambassador's residence demolished. So we have one leader who is a nation builder. He's building UGMC, building the Rich Hospital, building the Sayosudoku Hospital, building Terminal 3, building Kumasi Airport, building Tamale Airport, building Ho Airport. And another leader is demolishing, destroying in a deceptive pledge where he says he will not use our taxes. How can you say that these two people are the same? these two parties are the same. President Mahama did not promise that under his tenure he will make sure that the era of sole sourcing comes to an end. And then we discover in a 2023 Auditor General's report that apparently 87%, unprecedented, unseen before, 87% of Cocoa Road projects were all single source. And guess what? Baumia's brothers at the center of that inflated single sourcing scandal. That is according to the Auditor General's report. We never saw this under President Mahama. Under President Mahama, we never saw a situation where he allows a cabinet minister to purchase state assets. And only this week, President Akufo-Addo has been saying that the brouhaha, the agitation by organized labor, all of that was needless. Can you believe that? Such naked conflict of interest. We never saw that under President Mahama. So, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that our country is headed in the wrong direction. When you read the Afrobarometer Democracy Risk Report, it says 9 out of 10 Ghanaians believe that Ghana is heading in the wrong direction. That same Afrobarometer says that corruption is at an all-time high. Indeed, if you read the Corruption Perception Index, over the last 4 years, we have stagnated. Their best performance is President Mahama's worst performance. So when it comes to good governance, President Mahama is unmatched and unrivaled. I can confirm to you this afternoon that President Mahama's manifesto, the Resetting Ghana Manifesto, has the most far-reaching policies to uproot corruption, to ruthlessly deal with corruption and end corruption once and for all. Whereas the others are silent on corruption in their manifesto, President Mahama confronts corruption head on. And one of the things I love about his anti-corruption policies is that he says that we are going to have, for the first time in our history, a state assets registry. We will all as Ghanaians know where our state assets are. In Parliament, for more than 2.5 years, we have been asking them to tell us the state of our public lands. They cannot tell us. They cannot publish the list. And yet, on a daily basis, they are selling the state lands. They can't tell us how many bungalows we have. They can't tell us the acreage of our forest left. And yet, when they die, you see in their wills, forests, Ramsar sites, where they have willed to their nephews forever. President Mahama is saying that that impunity is going to end and we are going to have a state assets register. I am also excited about the details of Operation Recover or Loot. You heard President Mahama talk about that. He wants the Ghanaian people to know that nobody will get away with the looting that has happened in our country. All the scandals that we have seen from National Cathedral, from PDS, from the COVID-19, HPA, PDS, scattering, Kualugo Dam, the appearance fees, the ambulance spare pass, President Mahama says he is going to launch an impartial, credible inquiry and forensic audit into all of these loots. And for those of you who have been asking, billion proposals from President Mahama, how is he going to fund them? Operation Recover or Loot will help us to fund this project a great deal. As we speak, a gentleman called Harry Summers is keeping our $6 million in America. There are some shonky sheikhs keeping our $2.4 million in Dubai under a so-called Sputnik V scandal. Sputnik V manufactured in Russia, and yet this Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, they were in Dubai looking for Sputnik V. When the Russian embassy in Accra told us that they have been waiting for us, other governments are dealing with the Russian government formally. We were dealing with middlemen, shonky sheikhs. Skytrain, $2 million. All of these sums, Ijapa $12 million, Pualugu $11.9 million, we are saying Operation Recover All Loot will retrieve all of these looted funds for national development. President Mahama is also saying in the manifesto that we will collaborate with the judiciary to establish a special court for persons who adverse findings have been made against them by the Auditor General and the Public Accounts Committee. President Mahama is also saying that for the first time in the history of Ghana, we will legislate, have a special legislation on scholarships. And as former Deputy Minister for Education, I know that scholarships regime in Ghana is uncoordinated. You have Scholarship Secretariat, you have GMPC, you have Cocoa Board, you have all kinds of institutions carrying out scholarships. We are going to have one law coordinated, and what I love most about this law is that politicians, politically exposed persons, family members of government officials, as you heard President Mahama say, are going to be prohibited. They will be totally banned from accessing scholarships. Scholarships will return to the brilliant but needy. I'm also excited that President Mahama has indicated, when you go through the manifesto, that he is going to collapse the practice of having a special emoluments commission to deal with only Article 71 office holders. He is going to bridge the gap between Article 71 office holders and Ghanaian workers. So he will put together one body, the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, and then the Emoluments Commission will be put together as one body to take care of wages, to take care of remuneration and the conditions of service of Ghanaians, so that the gulf between Article 71 office holders and the rest of Ghanaian workers, that gulf will be bridged and addressed once and for all. President Mahama is also saying that our friends in the media, he is going to repeal all anti-press freedom laws and fully implement the RTI. The RTI has too many exemptions and too many institutions who are not implementing the right to information law. He is saying that under his watch, he will make sure that we have the full operationalization of the RTI. Finally, to the diplomats who are here, you will be excited to hear that President Mahama says that he is going to respect international law, respect the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. The inviolability of diplomatic missions will be protected. This practice unseen before only under the Akufo-Addo government, where embassies are being demolished, the Nigerian High Commission properties, the Bulgarian embassy, that era is coming to an end, and all diplomatic missions can carry out their diplomatic assignments in peace and stability. The demolition of embassies because of looting, land grab, state capture is coming to an end, and that is another exciting policy to look out for, in addition to a friendly foreign policy climate that will enhance good governance and deepen partnerships and make us a country that is friendly to all persons. Novinho mie gbogbomba afififi abasubo akpa alakpa abasubo akpa achingli nito over gladua over glagana nana kama nyonyomo ta manifesto ya nana le manifesto ama na amashiama ta ala vavieba December 7 mi fokaba na mi adakona His Excellency John Mani Mahama na adonye ya owo 2013 to 2017 na watrava abayiji na Ghana mi atenchi akpo fafa na ingoyi yafa na afukpa ya me pakpama asugwakpa na ikata na jo akpanami ma na yami nyaoba wodo akpa. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, MP for Norton. Next is the affable Shamima Muslim, speaking on gender and social protection. She's a distinguished broadcaster and a feminist, and she's a new kid on the block. And all our opponents are afraid. All they do is attack her on Facebook and all the social media networks. But yeah, so let's welcome Shamima Muslim. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. As my sister has said, I'm speaking on the highlights on gender, children, disability inclusion, and social protection. Permit me, Your Excellency, to stand on existing protocols as a result of time. Greetings to you, my dear mothers, Bodina and Prof. I would like to express my utmost humility and deepest gratitude to the NDC and to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on behalf of the industrial hard-working women of Ghana, those who lead, those who birth, those who guide, teach, steal the land, feed, nurture this nation, those women who create, innovate, and build this nation, women who step up and just get the work done, period. I'd like, on behalf of the young girls, like Habiba, Lami, Saha, Ewanam, Patricia, Adjoa, across every nook and cranny of this country, of our dear nation, dreaming new dreams because of this exact moment. On behalf of our dear children, for whom we labor and pray for their protection, their safety, and their growth. On behalf of the resilient citizens who are differently able and yet show up every day, overcoming daunting barriers to tell us loudly that disability is not inability. On behalf of our aged and infirmed, who have broken their backs to build this nation, told that their sweat nourishes our dear country, guided us towards the light with their wisdom and counsel. Our aged and elderly, who today are being robbed of their life savings and being made to live in dignified lives. They are part of our reality. Together with all of them, we say thank you now and in anticipation, Your Excellency, in advance for seeing us, for hearing us, and for promising to amplify our voices, our stories, our images, and for your unalloyed commitment to the Ghana we want to build together, where we all belong, and for inviting us to build this Ghana with you. But be not surprised about the urgency with which the next NDC government, under the leadership of His Excellency John Mahama, intends to center the issues of women, youth, and persons with disability and children. Our nation is in deep crisis, occasioned by a dire economic crisis the NPP has plunged us into, one that has pushed over 850,000 Ghanaians into poverty, majority of whom are women, the aged, children, and persons with disability. Our social democratic ethos of non-discrimination, equity, and social justice, creating an inclusive society where everyone can participate fully and equally in our social, economic, and political lives, will not allow the NDC to treat these unprecedented vulnerabilities without agency. The NDC and its antecedent has the history of the most transformative effects on women empowerment and social inclusion. We know how to create more opportunities for our people. We know how to share the gains of progress equitably for the majority, not a clannish few. Yes, indeed. We know how to unite and not divide our country, especially in times of crisis. Yes, indeed we know, and we know how to build strong institutions like the Gender and Children and Social Protection Ministry we bequeathed to the NPP, and today that ministry is a pale shadow of its dynamic past. Therefore, in the next 4 years, we commit to significantly expand economic opportunities for our most vulnerable, increasing social and political representation of women and persons living with disability, and socially protect our elderly and our children. Specifically, ladies and gentlemen, we will strengthen the legal framework for the political inclusion of women and underrepresented groups by implementing fully the affirmative action bill. We will mandate a 30% quota for women in all political appointments and pass the property rights of spouses bill, the domestic workers bill, amongst others. On economic empowerment and inclusion, we will launch the Women in Agricultural Initiative to promote young women participation in the agricultural sector by expanding access to land in agricultural zones, along with financial and business support to feed this nation and to create sustainable jobs. To support victims of gender-based violence, the next NDC administration will launch a zero tolerance for domestic violence and sexual harassment in Ghana campaign, and will facilitate the establishment of 16 regional and comprehensive 16 regional shelters and comprehensive support services for victims of gender-based violence. You may clap for that. We will develop survivors for victims of gender-based violence, including free legal services, medical examination, emergency contraception for women, mental health care services, and other necessary medication. We will initiate national school-related gender-based safety program for the protection of all people and students. On social protection for our aged, we will introduce the EBAN, which is a fancy word for protection. We will introduce the EBAN elderly welfare system to enable Ghanaians above 60 years to have priority and free access to social and health services, as well as public transport and public spaces. If we are given most of our elderly painful health care cards, we owe it a duty to them to ease the burden. To support our community of differently able, the NDC mandates minimum 5% hiring of persons with disabilities in the public sector. You may clap for that, ladies and gentlemen. And we will enforce the Ghana Accessibility Standards to build environments adopted in 2016 to facilitate access to public places for persons with disability. From our headquarters, my dear sisters, properly called KIA, it saddens my heart to no end when we and many others encounter you in our markets with smiles on your face despite the haunting reality of your life. Your father, Mrs. John Dramani Mahama, says he sees himself in you and sees you in him. The only difference is between your two opportunities through scholarships, vocational training in their interest areas, enterprise development, and as well as other social assistance programs for our KIAs and other vulnerable groups. In conclusion, Your Excellency, distinguished invited guests, the next time you hear about gender, inclusion, social protection, don't ask who are stopping them. Rather, be reminded about the words of Nelson Mandela when he said that the true character of a society is revealed in how it treats its children, its elderly, its vulnerable, and of course its women. Our manifesto is a reflection of our values, and we invite you to join us on this journey towards a more just, equitable, and a compassionate society. Remember, on December 7th, 2024, the elections is about hope, it's about justice, it's about equity. Vote for the NDC, vote for John Dramani Mahama, vote for the NDC parliamentary candidates. Vote because you are a true patriot. It does not matter which political party you belong to. And as I heard recently, vote because doing the right thing can never be wrong. on behalf of the Gender Committee and our Chair, Nanoye, and the entire membership of the committee, once again, I invite you to vote for change, vote for resetting this country, vote for equity, vote for accountability. A vote for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is a vote for women. Let us support him to amplify the marginalized voices in our society. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much, Shamima. I thought we could do it better. Thank you very much, Shamima. Next is Baba Sadiq, Parliamentary candidate for Ablekuma North. He is speaking on Zongo development. With a round of applause, let's welcome Baba Sadiq to the microphone. He is Parliamentary candidate for the Okaikwe Central Constituency.
Good afternoon. Yan Zongo kuna nanga. Babu Junku kuna nanga. Mazajen Zongo kuna nanga. Matan Zongo kuna nanga. Matasan Zongo kuna nanga. All right. So I'm presenting the manifesto on Zongo development and inner city areas. When I'm done with this, delivering it in English, I'll translate it in Hausa for the benefit of all Hausa speakers as well. The next NDC government commits to implementing targeted affirmative action measures aimed at bringing significant development gaps and accelerating growth in Zongo communities and inner city areas. This is aimed at promoting social equity, stimulating economic development and fostering social inclusion for a more balanced and prosperous Ghana. To achieve these goals, we will establish the Soyeya Fund to provide working capital for SMEs in Zongo communities. We will also reduce the extremely high Hajj fares. In the lifetime of every Muslim, attending or experiencing Hajj even once in their lifetime is a desired objective. Currently, and in the past 8 years, Hajj fares have become extremely high. It is one of the objectives of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the NDC. We will also initiate an educational infrastructure program to expand educational infrastructure in Zongo and inner cities, including establishing 3 new Islamic secondary schools in the northern, middle, and southern belts. We will also establish STEM and TVET model schools in selected regions to serve selected Zongo communities. The next NDC government would also commence an infrastructure upgrade of the Al-Farouk College of Education. It is worthy to note that in 2015, even though the Al-Farouk College of Education is a private institution, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama started the process to expand access at the college. We will also facilitate accreditation of Islamic schools, such as the Institute of Islamic Research, to support the training of more Arabic school teachers. The next NDC government would also provide scholarships to Zongo and inner city students, particularly in the fields of law, medicine, engineering, and ICT. We will also facilitate partnerships with Islamic tertiary institutions and link Zongo and inner city communities to opportunities under the National Apprenticeship Program. Assalamu alaikum. Annabi Muhammad. Farko zan mika gaisuwa zuwa yan jama'an Zongo duka baki daya. Kuma za mu gode muku on behalf of Jamhuriyar NDC da irin soyayyen da kuka gwada da NDC shekaru. In kuka duba har wa yau, in kuka duba irin constituencies na musulmai ko Zongo ke da yawa, har wa yau kowane constituency duka Zongo da musulmai kun ba NDC. from daga Nima har ka zo a Yawasu North, har ka zo ka wuce Madina, ka zo ka shiga a Yawasu Central, ka zo a Bilikuma Central, ka zo har ka zo ya sunan shi Asawasi, ka zo Niyo Dibiasi, ka zo Ejurasa Chudumasi, ka zo wurin Afran Plains, ka zo ka wuce ka je Tachiman, ka je Kintampo har ka kai Boko, wanga seats, wanga wurare duka musulmai yan Zongo kun gwada muna soyayya shekaru kiga. Saboda irin abu haka za mu so sabon gwamnatin NDC, gwamnatin da ya hau mulki sabon shekara, muna so mu kokarta muku irin abu haka. Saboda irin abu haka za mu so in ka duba His Excellency John Dramani Mahama promises ne ya muna ko alkawalin ne ya muna mu yan Zongo ya dedicate guda har 6 ta wurin ilimi, neman ilimi da developmentin yara ko matasan Zongo. Cikin manifesto promises shi ya bari mun sani kaman zai so ya zo ya kafa Islamic secondary school guda uku, guda daga arewa, guda kuma daga tsakiyan Ghana, guda kuma daga Southern Ghana. Kuma ya bari mun sani kamar zai zo ya zo kafa makarantun zamani ta wurin STEM, wurin science, engineering, technology, maths da irin aikin hannu wurin TVET don matasanmu yanguwa su ci amfanin shi. Kuma His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ya bari da NDC ya bari mun sani kamar ya muna alkawari kamar in muka zo mulki kan da ya fara develop Al-Faruq College of Education zai zo ya continue 2015 in kun tuna da shi aka ya fara expand, amma in the last 8 years nan bagan komai kai ba. Ya muna alkawali kamar in ya zo kuma zai zo ya expand saboda yaran mu ko matasan mu da suke neman su koyi abu su zama teachers. Kuma His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ya bari mun sani kamar in ya zo da new government shi zai so ya ba irin institutes kamar Islamic Research zai ba su izini don kuma da taimako zon su iya su korkata muna wurin koyar da malamai makarantar yammu. Kuma ya bari mun sani the next NDC government scholarship mu focus mu musamman zai zama kan yaran mu ko matasan mu da suke neman su koyi abu ta wurin shari'a law, ko wurin su zama doktoci, ko su zama engineers, ko wurin ICT. Kuma ya bari mun sani kuma kaman cikin kaman zai so gwamnati shi za mu samu alaka ko link da irin garuka ko organizations na za su so su tanye Ghana ko da state of Ghana mu establish sabon universities daga Ghana ta wurin Zongo da na musulmai na gwamnati. Bayan wanga guda 6 ta wurin neman ilimi da education yaran mu ko matasan mu, ya bari mun sani kuma saboda neman cin gaban Zongo da kasuwancin Zongo ya ce muna kaman zai zo ya create muna soyayya fund saboda yan unguwa jama'an Zongo duka, ko mai sayar da koko, ko mai dunki, mai sayar da shanu, kaya da yana mutane da masu jejuma duka, don ku samu taimako ku yi ya kusa cikin aikin da kuke yin shi. Yau in ku duba an ce muna kaman vice president gari, mataimakin president gari shi musulmi ne, amma abu guda na musulmi duka ke so ya yi cikin laifin shi guda shine cikin rayuwar shi shine zai so ya samu hajj ko so guda ne cikin rayuwar shi. amma yau kuka duba za mu fita cikin da mu fita government ya ba mu mun gode His Excellency John Dramani Mahama da NDC sun bari mun sani kaman ta wurin lamarin hajj zon ya muna sauki yan Zongo da musulmai kowa ya ci amfanin shi, zai so ya so rage muna kudin lamarin hajj. Yau kudin hajj almost 18,000 cities 8 million kudin dada ya ce mu da kaman yazo zai so ya rage wannan duka bayan wanga kuma ya bari mutane kuma kaman in yazo zai so ya kara muna holiday kan Idil Fitr zai so ya kara muna holiday kan Idil Fitr saboda irin matsalolin da muke samu ta wurin sallah da irin shirye-shiryen ga duka muna so mu jawo hankalin ku duka shekaran ga in kai ka fito Zongo shekaran ga in ka ce irin soyayyen da kuka bamu shekaru cikin Zongo ku tuna kama akwai mutum guda mai gaskiya mutum guda na yi muna kokari mutum guda na shi ya gwada muna soyayya cikin Zongo mutum guda na ya muna alkawari dai make sure kamar yaran mu sun ci amfanin gwamnati shi ya muna alkawari kamar yan Zongo duka za mu ci amfanin sabon gwamnati shi da shi don Allah in kana jin mu yau ko ina kake duka ka tuna in da je a yi election ka tuna excellency don da Malam Muhammad da NDC ka tuna da matasan Zongo kamar irin mu da NDC za su ba mu opportunity don cin gaban Zongo jama'a assalamu alaikum
Are you here? Choboy. Hey, Yazoo. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is an exceptional woman. She's not just a woman, but an exceptional woman. She's a woman of substance, a woman of integrity. This woman started as a lecturer. She served as the head of department at the English department at the University of Cape Coast. From there, she rose to become the dean of the Faculty of Arts. She's also the founding dean of the School of Graduate Studies at UCC. She served in that role. Now, due to her sterling leadership, in the year 2008, she was appointed as Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast, breaking that glass ceiling as the first female male to be Vice Chancellor of a public university. In 2009, she was elected as Ghana's representative on UNESCO's executive board. More importantly, this woman has served as education minister, and it was under her that we saw the construction of several community-day senior high schools, E-blocks, 46 of which were fully completed and operationalized. It was under her that teacher training institutions were converted into tertiary level colleges of education. Choboy. It was under her that polytechnics were converted into technical universities. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a quintessential woman with 3 children, all of whom have PhDs. A woman who speaks with discretion and wisdom. After she speaks, you don't have to issue a statement to apologize or clarify. Choboy, with a stand ovation and a round of applause. With a standing ovation and a round of applause. Welcome to the microphone, the incoming Vice President, by the grace of God, the first female Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajema.
Acknowledging the next President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Speaker of Parliament, the Chairman of our beloved party, and Nananom too, and go on to recognize our lady, the sign language interpreter, and all of us who are here. And I want to acknowledge especially those who are outside. If they can hear me, I want them to know how much we appreciate them. They don't have the comfort of a seat, but they have kept faith, and that is NDC. We keep faith with our party. So I greet all of us who are here and those who are not able to join us. We often describe constitutions as living documents, and manifestos serve as blueprints for progressive policies and democratic development. While dynamic audiences such as these remind us all about the importance of people-centered projects. It is no coincidence, therefore, that we have met in Winneba, and this city has long been recognized as a center for development in education, culture, and vision. And so we have from a moment in our Kwaba, Mudawana says, the Wadama NDC, our party no more Dawa Mobia poor back on. Yes, Obia Ambra, So we have heard the manifesto, and many of our speakers have come before me, and I want to recognize each of them. And the manifesto is the culmination of many town hall meetings, community engagements held across the country and led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And therefore, when we call it the People's Manifesto, or that we are resetting Ghana, this is not a decision a few of us have made indoors. This is our collective responsibility and our collective strategy, having come to the collective realization that we need to move in another direction. So, I also want to recognize Professor Dansobo Afo, the chair of all the efforts. I've never seen anyone so patient, so focused, so determined. Prof, thank you so much. We really, really appreciate all the work, all the sacrifices, all the tolerance that you have put in order to bring us here today. And of course, all the members too. And again, to all those who made Association Loop and Abidjan Close their second and third homes, I want to say ayuko to all of you. It has been a long walk, but we have arrived at the right destination. So we are not complaining. Actually, we are just happy. So, this launch today is the result of a visionary initiative commissioned by His Excellency Mahama some 4 years ago, and it has sustained us in the policy direction through its incubation right to its evolution and launch today. With foresight, His Excellency asked for the beginning of crafting what might someday become a manifesto. And even if it didn't, it would have been the collection of thoughts, the collection of strategies that we might hand over to another group. And since it's all within the party, there was no problem. So, over the past 4 years, we have engaged in countless discussions, debates, we have come to agreements and compromises, and refined many drafts and revisions to bring this document to life. We came from the party, but also from stakeholder organizations, civil society, many other concerned groups, anyone who wished be part of the drive to change things for the better. Therefore, we have included input from private citizens because that is also very important. As a party, we have a proud tradition of listening to diverse perspectives. As often said here in the Central Region, those standing behind us have the clearest view of whether the path we are laying is straight or not. This philosophy has resulted in what is being launched today, which is truly a collective document shaped by contributions from Ghanaians from all walks of life, regardless. So what we are proposing in collaboration with Ghanaians at home and across the globe is what it is that has been elaborately conveyed by His Excellency and a couple of persons. I wish to begin with education. The NDC remains unwavering in the commitment to quality and accessible education for all Ghanaian children, from kindergarten through senior high school to the university and beyond. Education is the bedrock of national development, and we are determined to ensure that every child, no matter their background, has access to a conducive learning environment. To achieve this, we will prioritize personnel quality, provision of infrastructure and learning material, and especially the relevance of what the learners are acquiring towards a future development. And we will pay particular attention to our schools in the rural areas and in deprived areas. Having said that, what I'm trying to say is that the education goes beyond the infrastructure, although that is basic, it is fundamental. It ought to have been there, but it has not been, and that is how we pay attention to it. And also pay attention to the quality of the facilitators of the whole learning process. And that explains why we keep raising the quality of teacher preparation and teacher training. Vocational and technical education is a very important area of focus. With approximately 70% of our population under the age of 30 and 50% under the age of 18, it is imperative that we prepare our youth for the job market. And now I would like to plead here that we look at our semantics again. If somebody went to the vocational school, it is because he is so endowed to go there. It is not so much because he couldn't. We need to tone down language so that the students will feel appreciated and will feel encouraged and will know that we appreciate them also for the talents that God has given them. We know without them all the value addition and so on may elude us. Our manifesto also emphasizes digital literacy, and I think my boss has spoken at length on that. But our vision is very clear. We want and will support an education system that prepares every Ghanaian child for a bright future. And a child who is rooted in the global knowledge through our rich cultural legacy. We consider this to be very, very important. And therefore, all the things that have been spoken about in education support this philosophical underpinning. Now, let me highlight our women. We recognize the role of women, and Shamima, thanks for emphasizing all of it. It's very, very important, and we agree with you. But distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you also know in this country where we stand as women. In fact, before I go on, where are the women here? If you don't mind, I'd like all the women to stand just for a moment. Actually, we've been been sitting for too long, so it's okay. And I want all of you to clap in appreciation. I want you all to clap in appreciation for what the NDC and for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has done for us. By bringing one of us into the public light, he has brought all of us. Thank you very much. You may sit down. So, we want to thank you very, very much. And you know, as women, we have all kinds of peculiar problems that only we know, that only we experience. He already talked about how our bodies naturally function and how that can even stop us from moving forward. It is not by accident that when you look at enrollment from P1 to P3, it's almost stable. But you look at P3 to P6, the drop comes after P6, and you ask yourself, why is this happening? And now we know why. And so we made the goal to ensure that girls can also go to school, stay in school, move up as high as they can, and realize the potential in them. And of course, our bodies didn't just start functioning that way. It's just been who we are. We also know our economic challenges more than others. And what are some of them? For all kinds of reasons, we are not able to stay in school. And that is something we are going to work on aggressively. To remove all the bottlenecks, to remove all the obstacles that prevent girls from moving up. But meanwhile, a lot of us are up there already, and we may have missed a few things. So what happens? It is not by accident again that in this country, many women are in the small-scale businesses. Kasibia po na yɛhwehwɛ na yɛkɔ he yankɔ yɛn papa ho a yɛbɛkɔ nana ne fie yankɔ nana ne fie ndɛ MP sukura no amande wo MP de bebia na ɛkɔ ne fie ana yɛbɛkɔ wɔ fa ne fie ana amaboa ana bɛkɔ ba be ne fie den na nkɔ ba be fie no o se ne nyim de onibi den ti onibi even yɛnsaba yɛsisa. So what the solution to all of this? I will go and borrow. Which bank? The bank will say bring a collateral. What is it? The papers to your car. Na car na ye will be a. Trump on the front of wire son. And then should have all done the papers bra. What was a bushia fee? I don't want to take off a bushia na cat. Na ezo that's a bushia. And so the bank the entire whole. And so ye hiambwa. So then what do? We go to somebody who will lend us money. Yes, we lend us the money, but the interest of that money is not even what we are seeing as 40% from the banks. Sometimes 100 or more. Ebusha for bois. Say your mom and say, it's a fee ya done. And I have a bank on ye, and a couple or also. It's a done. It's here a banner optimism fast. In your political party are obu mesiafo na party onye mawohi onye National Democratic Congress na president so obu mesiafo otu mesiafo wonsu ibiko onye na onye Excellency John Dramani Mahama na wakati ha yensi abom na wakade nti ya baya dan insanya ya pedi ya tawo ya papa ho ta ko ho pa ho aye bufu ana mabwa waka ho za acho na dede bia obaze auto azana wa agbakawo na enye ne e pede e gbakawo asam na mo tinu enti eso ke sadamza abane hwehwe ha yam bank mahi ya pe bank out se he na se yam pe bank abakada yanka collateral mbra yenyi bi yam pe bank abakada yanka fa yan ka nuhu pe pesembra he na sase kakrakan he na japa yenyi bi it is what can a women's development banker or some of them and now some of them could say there yes you can turn as Oyen send you to Mississippi or Henda Brabon. If you are in your peer, you say baby aquacation and more than it was so fast not because what I say, and I want to say, what I say, it is so hard. Our chapel no to collection. Abako Zacho, into my conscious to collection. And I'm a boy. A buffer you move to Betsy. Why in the one on your cousin? And the Mijinawa, yes, mobile pay a bush as an account. It's a woman's development bank or the second one of Bush of air. It's a war of the phone book on the one, yes, she said, Papa. Advisory services or bagaido or mental no dandano or body baby no fashion in your name or send them fashion sun is the winner you go to able to display be as I said was it to me or body baby no capital no draw in a business in origin no fashion not so margin then the care that was for me no one has it's on able to it's a women's development bank in Oruba. It is here to empower female entrepreneurs and small business owners by providing low-interest loans, financial education, and sustainable support. These initiatives will create job opportunities and break down the financial barriers that many women face when starting and sustaining business. And our business is so or so. And when you are doing a number, and let's start with the say, Kofi, in some American, when you find a judge, Mama, then, sir, or send on one show, and I'm a say, Yabadodo, and she says, so don't know why it's free. And it's a lady follow continent, you follow one more time, remember, so this initiative comes as no surprise to some of us because we have been long aware of NDC's long-standing commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment as essential pillars of national progress. And we know what our predecessors in the PNDC to the December Women's Movement and all did. It is also not surprising that it's NDC that pays attention to markets. We have heard of KJT, even if we haven't gone there. We have heard of Kotokraba and so many other markets. And sometimes you are driving or walking by, and the women who are converting our raw material and adding value are the ones sitting under some shed, the floor not even cemented, no washroom, nothing for their children.
7.9
And in the end, you ask, so who buys the material and at what cost? So they need help in this area too. America today say the way once the can one pose in the door. Mankasi, I might turn as one my see what's the and I was in come. Makwa, oh no, hello, no, baby. What's all the come? Maybe she has a seminar or woman, one market. Mankenia or function. The banky land also I don't tell them. Into Obia baby, as some of your kind. We are using about employment. I am there 1 year. On a source, I can be 24-hour economy. Obia Jatu. Romian Bonson may use him. Romian Bonson, I am but the pass 133. As I don't know to phone book or share a quick and you for the new matter. I was someone. Or what they was I here for the United they wanted to as some no you a bit of flair than Oboju
87
my journey to obey Juma if you are done since 24-hour economy main can was on Sunday Yenra Abakawa Sempi me in answer Yatasi now Pede make a health care kakra Hena Pomuzem in a number how also Yatipi Madama no so that hen miss so Mawabo hen I say Yanzimoti. Into a baby damnazi, change compound and Nabian hen. And that's my former China cuckoo. I'm a far case of my chin as one hour hospital.
87
into the main Bibian. And so I was a pure Hawaii. Nessa of friend and a star. And I see the Angel Crabaka. And I did announce them. Into the woman could go house your phone call. And the way and maybe was the Chichua Baby sister. What's it? Coco winning. First, when you are the Marian or dog or be so what's nay. A yam will be no one is trouble. Oh, it's a bush from the yard to you.
87.9.
Oba Wabach imagine. On 1 hour, but 1 hour, 1 hour what's in a day. Yes, I don't see. So, this manifesto is not a set of attractive or empty promises. It is a roadmap to a better future for every Ghanaian. It is also our social democratic blueprint for building the Ghana we all want together. Together, for say I say, Obia so now was an Obia Ninginizi, Obia Nember, Obia Nazakan. You so I know president now on a problem or no problem. Or you hear you now problem. No when you do Piazza or Bible too. Like Yasa, the Gayetse, Yasa, and Nebusia, Yasa, and Nepi. No man of a man in some into the man or the party we are two. Every party not in an answer. Every party no ba oye mpuntu juma yanto abanjeshi yataba de mpuntu juma embra yanyoma yato is development is our goal ana hence the main thing here by na na koshina Islam bina registro ga on for kono onye thing yeba de juma. We are confident in the victory ahead. And the NDC has a good track record as well as a renewed vision. We are motivated by confidence in our skills and the goodwill of our fellow citizens. Progress is within our reach and the reach of every Ghanaian, regardless your age, religion, whatever that differentiates you. And we are here to present something very, very meaningful to reset Ghana. It's going to be hard work, but you and I know that by the grace of God, we will get there. So to vote for the NDC is to put your trust in the statement that Ghana can get better. Thank you very much.
Remain standing. Joe boy. Oh, those of you at the top, are you ready for the second coming of John Mahama? Let me see your hand. Let me see your hand. Let's welcome back to the stage our father, our leader, our hope, Ghana's hope of a better future, the nation builder, the flag bearer, and the incoming president of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency,
out to all our supporters outside. I can see that there are more of them outside than inside this hall. Thank you all very much for your love for the NDC party. First, I will go through our 120-day social contract. The things we'll do in the first 120 days after we leave Independence Square on 7th January 2025. And then after that, I'll call our General Secretary and Chairman and Nana James to join me up here so that we launch the manifesto. So, one, we'll put in place a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials in line with the principles of ethical leadership, modesty, humility, integrity, and accountability. We will nominate all our cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval within the first 14 days in office. We would have named all our cabinet ministers. We will constitute the leanest and most efficient government in the history of the Fourth Republic in the first 90 days in office. We will hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. Number 5, we'll commence the drafting of needed legal amendments and preparation for the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the President. Number 6, we will establish an accelerated export development council which I will personally chair to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. Number 7, we'll convene a national consultative conference on education with CHAS, NAGRAT, NAT, CCT, NAPS, SETAG, Vice Chancellor Ghana, PRINCOF, PEWU, UTAG, PTS, students, think tanks, academia, parents, and other stakeholders to build consensus on the improvement of our education sector, including the free SHS. Number 8, we'll scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardship and ease the high cost of doing business in our first 90 days in office. 1, e-levy. 2, COVID levy. 3, betting tax. 4, emissions levy. And we review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. 9, we'll introduce the no academic fee stress policy for all first-year students in public tertiary educational institutions, universities, in technical universities, in polytechnics, colleges of education, nursing training institutions under our no fee stress initiative. We will budget for this, and the money will be given to the Student Loan Trust. It will register all the level 100 students, and it will pay the money to their universities on their behalf so that they don't have to go and pay anything. It will be a grant. It will not be a loan. It will be a grant, so you don't have to pay for it. 10, we'll introduce the following social intervention policies. 1, free tertiary education for persons with disabilities. The Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund will be a fund that will help the treatment of kidney ailments, hypertension, heart disease, high blood pressure, and all those kinds of things. We'll commence within 120 days the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in basic and secondary schools. 11, we'll institute inquiries or forensic audits into the following matters of public interest. 1, MPP's collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks, financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion Ghana cedis. We'll institute an audit into the illegal print of money by the Bank of Ghana to finance the corrupt Akufo-Addo Biomia administration. We'll investigate the 58 million National Cathedral scandal. We'll investigate the COVID-19 expenditure scandal. We'll investigate corruption scandals including the PDS, SML, ambulance spare parts, 13 All-African Games, SkyTrain, Palugu Dam, mass sex, Galate Front, missing excavators, missing tricycles, illegal and inflated single source contracts, bus scandals, and many others. We institute a government policy banning all political appointees and politically exposed persons from buying any state assets. We allocate seed money within 120 days for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank to support women-owned and women-led businesses. We will launch the following priority job creation programs in the budget. The first is Ejumara, that is the entrepreneurial project to promote 10,000 young entrepreneurs and mentor them. The 1 million coders program will roll out a Made in Ghana agenda to promote the production and consumption of locally produced goods, particularly through leveraging of government spending power. 15. We review the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning importation of salvage vehicles to rescue the local automotive industry in Swami Magazine, Konkobe, Aboso Okai, and all others. 16. We will lay before Parliament a new bill to usher in a new era of government scholarship administration, which will, among others, prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in the world of government scholarships. We will make the scholarships process transparent, publish the names of everybody who is given a scholarship so that the whole country will know who are getting those scholarships. 17. We will aggressively confront small position. We will aggressively confront the illegal mining menace and place a ban on illegal and new mining activities in forest reserve and roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. 18. We will launch the Black Star Experience. Unfortunately, the paper on creative industry couldn't be read because we've run out of time. But in there's what we call the Black Star Experience. It's our major creative industry and tourism initiative. So the Black Star Experience will be launched. It's an initiative as Ghana's flagship culture, arts, creative industry, and tourism brand to transform Ghana into a preferred hub for creative industry and tourism. 19. We will commence investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements who are causing havoc in our country. 20. We will reopen investigations into major unresolved criminal cases, including the 2020 election killings, Ayawaso West Wogomba election violence, murder of Ahmed Swale and Salas Wulo Chame. 21. Will initiate a probe into the man-made disaster caused by the various spillage from the Akosombo and Pond dams that displaced and destroyed the livelihoods of thousands of citizens in Volta region. And we will take immediate steps to provide compensation for the victims, including those in the lower Volta, those in Oti, those in Bono East, those in the Savannah regions, and other areas that were affected by the flooding. We'll carry out a shake-up. Of all loss-making SOEs and realign them to break even and transition to profit-making. This is a social contract with the people. A lot of people ask me, they're going to find an economy in a mess how are you going to handle all this? We're going to realign our expenditure. We're going to cut out waste. We'll realign the budget so that we can get more fiscal space in order to finance these projects. We're going to use innovative methods to raise the resources so that we can finance these projects. We're going to strictly prioritize, and select the most important projects that will create immediate benefits for the people of Ghana. We're going to put our money where our mouths are. That is what a new NDC government is going to do. Maza the matter. That was one day I'm going to make a soye. I can make a mashi. Don't you know for the way so me sonka. Yanda ngoni suka gara muna soye ya inshallah. Ale babu karfi e bamu iko muma mu gara musu soye ya akara. Don't you know na sadiki afade. We inshallah muka zo muduka mun sani kamar zuwa Mecca ya zama one of the 5 pillars of Islam, amma yau saboda kudin da ya kamata a biya a je Mecca, mutanen mu iyayen mu maza da mata da yawan su ne su je Mecca amma ba su yi. Idan Allah ya ba mulki muka zo za mu rage kudin Mecca ne, kowa ya yi niyyar shi ya samu ya je. Karshen mangana na mun sani watan Ramadan in za a yi azumi ana duba wata ne kamun a fara Ramadan. In za a kwance azumi ana duba ne a gani wata tukun a kwance. Don shi kowane lokaci ya zo yi kamar waranga sun ci sallah yau, gobe waranga kuma su ci sallah. Don shi abinda za mu yi mu kawo zaman lafiya, kowa ya ji daɗin sallah, za mu kara ranar hutawa guda, shine ana turawa na cire holiday. Za mu kara da a kan idil fitr, don shi in wayan ga sun kwance yau sun ci sallah yau, waɗanda sun kwance gobe su ma su samu su ci sallah su. Yau dai Hausan Kano na ya zo sosai ba saba. At this juncture, I want to invite my running mate, Professor Jinano Bokwajima, our National Chairman, General Mosquito Johnson Asedo Ketia, our General Secretary, Fifi Abekwede, and our minority leader, the Honorable Ato Keso, to all join me up here, so that we can launch the manifesto. Yeah. Where is the parliamentary candidate for Winneba? Join us up here. Of the manifesto today. The manifesto itself and then the Braille version for the visually impaired. We're launching both today. So on behalf of the good people of Ghana, the national executives, the rank and file of the National Democratic Congress, and the youth and women of Ghana, I have the honor and privilege to launch the 2024 Resetting Ghana for Jobs, Accountability and Prosperity Manifesto today. I think I truly launch.
resume your seat out of here very soon. Now, we had many thematic speakers, but because of time, we had to cut it short. But with the permission of the General Secretary, the National Chairman, and our flag bearer and leader, we have appointed spokespersons for various sectors of the manifesto. And at this stage, I would like to call out their names for the benefit of the media. From here, they will begin to speak on various thematic areas in the manifesto. Choboy. So on finance, our spokespersons are 3. You know, the man who has been keeping Wale Adasmith in check. Choboy. Honorable Isaac Adongo, MP for Bolegasa Tanga Central. We also have Dr. Johnson Esiema, and we also have Honorable Monakote for finance. For business development, trade and industry, we have Dr. Eben Anowa, Obobia Dako Poku, and Alhajia Sajida Shiraz. Choboy. On jobs, we have Mr. Gusi Obuadum Tano, Michael Abe, and Mavis Lamisi Apeliba, the 133 lady. Choboy. On food and agriculture and agribusiness, we have Honorable Eriko Poku, Dr. Buama Otukono, and Mr. Harry Yamson. Choboy. On education, with Honorable Clementa Park, Professor George K. Teodoro, and Kwame Alovi. Choboy. On health, we have Honorable Minta Kando, Dr. Jehuapia, and Professor Titus K. Beyo, former Secretary of the Ghana Medical Association, just like Dr. Jehuapia. Choboy. On energy, we have the MP for Yape Kusegu, Honorable John Jenapo, and Honorable Edward Bauer. On infrastructure, we have the incoming member of Parliament for AK, Felix Ofosukwache, and the MP for Adakulu, and our Chief Whip in Parliament, Honorable Kwame Agboja, and Mr. Regid Anamo. On youth development, we have Julian Kobina, Anthony Julius, and Dr. Amiaye. Sports development, Dr. Fred Awa, Edem Abana, and Kwamashe Stuga. Gender and social protection, Nana Oye Bampu Ado, and Shamima Muslim. Zongo development, we have Mustafa Abubakari, Alhaji Moa Naziru, and Baba Sadiq. Security, Honorable Peter Lanchen Tobu, MP for Wa West, and Honorable Prosper Bani. Governance, the son of man, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, Honorable Sylvester Mensah, and Emilia Afi Agbanyo. Communications and ICT, if you like, digitalization, Honorable Sam George Jata, and Divan Kaljodi. Mine, Anton Oben, Prosper Hoitu, and Remunana Eba. Tourism and Creative Arts, E.B. Bright, Rex Omar, and K.O.D. Choboy.
Thank you very much. Where is Nana Oyeleva? We need you to give us a vote of thanks so that we can end this. It's been a very, very beautiful ceremony. Thank you very much, Nana. Hard-working Nana Oyeleva. You look tired, but we'll finish this. Thank you. I love you too. Today is a historic day. We have made history in Winneba today. You all accept that the NDC spirit has been rekindled. We are ready, we are battle ready to march on to victory on the 7th of December 2024. We are going to reset Ghana. We are here in the central region today where it all started with the bond of 1844. This is the independence of Ghana. This is the reset and the rebirth. We fought ahead. I'd like to say a big thank you to our able nation builder, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the next president President of the Republic of Ghana. It has been prophesied, it will happen. Thank you to Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman. You attended every single meeting. Nananum Nime Name, we are very grateful to you for attending, and all the religious leaders. Yadasi Papa. Our Council of Elders, you sat with us for 3 hours and gave us pearls of wisdom for this unique Resetting Ghana Manifesto. We are grateful. The National Executive Committee, led by Chairman General Asiedu Nketia, we thank you very much for this. The diplomatic corps, you have participated fully in this launch. We are grateful to you, to civil society, to the media. We deeply appreciate your presence. Thank you to the Manifesto Committee Chairman, the committees, and all the members of the 22 committees that we had. They had a lot of tea, they had a lot of sandwich for a very good cause. To the Secretariat, well done for a great job. To all the stakeholders who met with us and submitted memoranda, we are grateful to you. The Manifesto Launch Planning Committee, you all agree they have done a great job. Let's clap for them. Led by Dr. Peter Bama Otokono, Barbara Sewa Samoa, Sami Jemfi Beaches, Annan Ludwig, Elvis Elikem Kotoku, Dr. Hoffman, Prof. Richard Asiedu, Gabriel Nikomi Adams, Maderi, security led by Honorable Prosper Bani, Lawrence Atachi, and Mandy Otri. Thank you all very much. As we go to our communities, branch, ward, constituency, region, national, we march forward to victory in December 2024. ASU, thank you.
So, boy, we started with God and we are ending with God with a Muslim prayer. But after the prayer, don't go, because we have a surprise artist here who will close us before we.
Thank you.
ntia na Akoma 87.9 FM na Eko Winneba, yes, University of Education Winneba at the NDC Manifesto launch at the Braille. And of course, yes, sorry, and check na Jumedia Katwaso. So far, the NDC 2024 Manifesto is duly launched. Yes. Na emu semino na yebenya brani ahye key areas are and in common the Ifuhoba some the former president John Dramani Mahama at the Tuja the various areas and as sectors are or touching on them and yabasha na fi yaboboso na yakwenim wala mavansi kuma wa ha Dr. Samuel Efuyi ewa and Samson Prince teaching susu wa ha na yabasha na fi yetimi edihu en common kakra yes min call doc ho doc
yes
na ostati na e o si Charles na yekona yakokoshe the koso that time na the former president John Dramani Mahama ebe kasanti after no other speakers about various sectors of the governance system and the structure everything a Greek governance nankasa Zongo economy gender and other areas now before say because minim say areas be already kind now we're dealing with some of them we are not the highlights and the other areas are almost so placing much emphasis a Greek governance Zongo the economy gender and the aka look meminti
yes Sir John I think say some 2 weeks ago near Bahana
87.9 Kumasi
now for MPP.
Yeah, that's last week.
Last week.
Oh, yeah, last week. Yeah.
In expectant mood says a month of manifesto.
Yeah.
And, you know the major parties, you know, and then here. But first and foremost, you know, I think the NDC. When you look at the organization, I think it's on my idea. The way they structured everything. There's a time they need almost side for all the speakers. And I think say next time, you know, they have to manage the time well. It seems that the two parties now have a problem of time management.
Akoma FM 87.9 Kumasi.
And it's so colorful. The way of say it is well. And when you look at the manifesto, no, and then the latter part now, model the braille part now, very encouraging, especially those who are as it were the visually impaired.
Yes, yes.
Maybe more I didn't check a crack because a braille, no, we need to. Yes. So
me been a core college, yes. I know how we were in the same class. Now, Omedikaya, the Amamodadenti, Omo, I mean, the engaged experts, the economics grade ones, no so, so the Sanam Susania, they putting the I mean, words and the text together. Very innovative, yes, very innovative.
That is very good. You know, say what do you compare the MPP names and you didn't come more off air. I say the NDC manifesto is a hand-on solution.
Akoma FM 87.9 Kumasi.
Problem in mess of problem in mess of problem in mess of. That is how we identify from the manifesto. In this about it be a part that may provide a part. It be about make fun say it be a school fees meet your school fees. That is how I see say problem no we identify then directly on my solutions. Into any MPP solution no and call in that direction. The MPP thinks it be a to solve a particular problem on my
87.9
yeah, we be at 3 areas be now and who
so you're finding in 2 1
yes that is why I saw it from this manifesto. You know, pick from each of a year. I think say I'm very happy say be also omode timelines. Every 120 days, 190 days to say that now okay can, and that is also shows they have planned ahead of. The only problem I have,
Akoma FM 87.9
this time I'm going because you can't convince me say what's now opposition 7 years now opposition solve economic problem. Just all we need power we now we need we are only stakeholders are betraying no one solution to economic solution don't be man and to fit into your manifesto. What are you going to do? That is where I think say maybe what challenge.
Right. Okay.
But in all, no, I think the NDC government, that is the NDC as an opposition. I mean, they know what they are doing.
This is the People's Manifesto.
And I think
that's what
I
they're saying.
The presenters that they presented, some of them, I think say
unlike when the HSI last week. You see the personalities of the various sectors no.
Yes.
Last week we can the MPP there. Also do webinar a bit more fambo kakra. I mean looking at the caliber and how I mean committed and no in those assignment and I rule the mom so play. You don't even know how can be a cry now who say I don't know what kind of cry I say. But these are former ministers, former deputy ministers areas and one or more experience into giving them that opportunity to say baby I want kasana finance economy deal with it. Where idea Erikodro at the point now what you say so do come
a whole crowd coming back. Yeah, like and you Biana or you're part of committee and I say exactly because you Biana to me communicative well. You need people who are very good in how to communicate. It doesn't mean say we a minister and I say you can communicate well.
Yeah.
If you are challenged you also
87.9
Masa. No matter how the level you find yourself. I think I was listening to former President Mahama. Sometimes you are no core platform here. One you careful, the whole team you can be rabbit me free because we be a room home for one shada and control one. You may not deliver a word opposite.
Right.
I like at forcing.
Yeah.
The way you presenting, you know, that is splendid. And Erikodro so. Erico Poku. Oh, that is also very, very perfect. And the MC Coco, the MC just say,
87.9.
Yeah. No, yeah. And MC, Okuja Tuna, MC na as a stage fright, no, be an person or impress you, so you. I didn't like his delivery. Now, I think Shamima also did well about Onozo area, and the vice president, the
running mate.
I think say the woman went on local.
Oh yes,
and that is also very.
Oh no man ne be kasa you. Oh no man ne be din komo. Yeah, and man ne be din komo.
Akoma FM 87.9.
I beg your pardon. And that is the good thing. Also, it may deliver on that because say when you conform to their level, you can easily communicate. They can easily understand whatever. So say the mechanism say as later you better dwell much into the various but it seems to conclude I say free no is the NDC for also free power.
Baby agree there.
MPP for free ni no musuko free ni bi.
Baby agree.
You also can be now
free Baba free no do so sir.
I say
sanitary pads, I'm a tea free. I'm a tea ready. Tertiary grade already. It is there.
Then who's when you free sir?
Yes. At
the point. Say grant.
Yes. Yes.
I tell you, say grant.
So, but say grant be you know payback.
Yes.
But
initially alone.
Yeah. But no, you see, when Benya Brenna, we can assure you, say the last week you're crying. You Benya Brenna because you are no passer when you nti anopade nyimo ni nyina benya brand ya hye 1 2 3 yes but one thing so me who ya and so encouraging some of the policies are not 2020 manifesto na ewomu a omo repeat am we consistent you see am we say problem na wo hono tiase yes the big push e wo ho any taxes ni bi a at the education sector so no omo kan and all the education sector no there the only thing that's say about free senior high school no 2020 was review right but here omo ye clear say omo improve
yes.
You see the difference? So also you're smart because you have problem for yourself. Yes, for 2020 was more of review. But this time, the emphasis is on we will improve.
87.9
Free senior high school.
Where will you improve?
Also obey double track free home. And I mean, so yeah, the other areas so.
Okay, say my headmasters in Ankasa. Ekra person akukrum akwakoto tonioma no, and of course it will be a major improvement because there are situations a bit to make us buffer stocks if you are not the buy and you will be home be asan be kan in a situation I will say with this kanema headmasters no any business so munkokrum they will go and buy exactly what they need and I think that is also a way to improve. Yes.
I mean, so that is that.
I just want for them to tell us where they will improve. So that
they are learning. You see, they are learning from some mistakes. The problem here in 2020 when the end by because they ambiguous into the moonlight thing. Into a sena bebre, but here. 2020 na review crown na review no
so you should review crown as
yeah now but this time was my smart that they didn't mention they didn't touch review this time was it improve so because of the improve so it means not better than man ko any see the only here interesting so that is that
87.9
you can say NDC has a problem of defending most of their policies. Obi a candidate latter party a they are say for more sign for media engagement and it's very good
but okay there some can never be available at the same time until the communicators will continue to come. They should spend time, train them, give them money, let them be comfortable, give them orientation. Now only to communicate here na dem betrana obana to papa so na no so me da wo when you call baby
no was like this should have been done by now.
Yeah,
anka free because the MPP as I know them, they will come hard and they have to be ready.
Interesting, right? Prince.
Yes.
Sports.
Yeah,
sports. Silent kakra. Highlight no sports wa ha.
Youth manifesto no. Or can sports on wasem. Youth manifesto no can
almost mention 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10
87.9
policies and more under sports. Yes. We are sure say be a time no because now you can say
time now youth manifesto.
Okay.
Original car says Bukom boxing arena no. Over the hub of training boxes. About say Ombesi new stadium, no money there like I know say yes of course in the main yes that one I understand.
Manifesto is not different from
it shouldn't be.
All right, details and about the the
details in fact some people are sharing that bit.
87.
But please, all right. Yes. But please, my memory on I mean
say I think say
Evans, we look at you see 120 days now and 100 days bill 120 days I mean previously now you assess a buying one about this within my first 100 days but here you were 120 days to you can say when we are giving you your honeymoon they should NDC win. We are seeing former President John Dramani Mahama ono akra my timeline na you bet me be amano that space until after 120 days no then we will start normal be on you na etimi question assess your first 120 days and yema wodi ama ho enye ne marketwa yema boss Evans o de mani ye prince na mba ho me hwe prince ma me hwe so de key things are
the dika me hwe operation recover all the loot. Yes, I think say massive because there is this perception say this current regime afanuma we omo na create that perception am I say state lands at a point or more are tied to be state capture. What you say? Yet Hanom Omutumi say, and we have a lot of scandals, and we are looking. Say, enquire say down on us or mobile penomoja bibia Nadia a course no as I'm forgetting. We are hoping to see that so me to me. So me see a share feed Ghana, revamping the agriculture sector and the cocoa sector. I don't say as somebody who believes say alleviating for free poverty chain mo na poverty arena hono aduane ade di kan say aduane bo form. So I'm just hoping and believing say NDC to me about we are or how they are going to ensure say when there is bumper harvest, of course.
The how is supposed to be in the manifesto.
Of course. And because it is one document in the so we are hoping to
yes,
because so person a walk from one and see a bumper harvest. And you are in the doors one. Of course, a bumper bra again with cocoa sector and so clearly cocoa only declining. And I mean say I think it's a Ghana a share another area.
It's only gold, yeah.
No, not gold particularly. Within the agricultural space, because cocoa it appears say, as I say, pollination, hand pollination, yeah, they are buying in Echi. Yashama Galam say, I don't how because even for now, if you want to reclaim the land, cocoa you traguno, udia 3 years a chance.
Unless it be a buying say, or going to the aquaculture. Other than that. Your land availability issue because cocoa from nyina no enye bibia o it's said okay pollination hand pollination whatever aba now galamsey illegal activity illegal mining no affect cocoa production
and na
that one you cannot
say
run away from it
and na make say CCA baby asi asase na kodro no even if we want to reclaim the land cocoa yemiano enye year annual crop enye biennial crop and I say 2 years 3 years achi into as a country I feel that agricultural need a foreign exchange in the agriculture area no e see another area because cocoa ni there the transfer is here you know say cause you be reclaim us as dua 3 to 4 years achi and this betwema and bia and this second regime and as MPP crown pon e betumi as who anyway but see just another area me person me so touch briefly almost free tertiary education for persons living with disability. Now Oba say 5% public sector employment quota for the same persons living with disability. Enti Omako school na wie no. Yeshida momu quota. Say abajuma bia na 5% da wa e dey disability. And I feel say way to me e basu ye dia ene ye nua no mo edi dem kakra na besere.
Onim
mo besere.
Ade wo ho. You bet me implement it. But you see, this Disability Act.
87.9.
Now the point is that now I was discussing with someone say if we want to expose this policy, the 5% policy, we can because go to all our state, our public institutions, then ask yourself this question: say, how many of these institutions any manner about disability friendly in the first place?
Exactly, that one too is a question.
You got a point. Until couple say obama disability friendly no.
Obey the wheelchair no room.
You get that point. It is 5% no. Ajuma say your public sector no, state institutions are. I can tell you say about 70% of them are disability friendly. 70%.
That is true.
5% not the same no. Unless we also some areas be for health ubetimi aye ni menu because we say health facilities zero na ye any story building
and for education
you can try kakra apart from hono other areas Jack, I'm telling you just say you build it and I see ma facilities are hono be friendly to the person
before we can implement this
and we say we now so act
exactly
disability act that ho I think yeah can you now apply
and say picking up those policy we are and no one or more braille account manifesto no
yes
the vision
yes
any direction and you see
yes
because I want to meet the for the first time
yes.
It's to be corrected
yes
see any party be manifesto or more I launch your braille account so. I stand to be corrected but I feel like it is the first time send your even if say any sectors ni na cross John na various areas na facilities na one structures no disability friendly you be to implement it 5% na at least mimi amo many them best like John and almost say beboa because almost so kromo and this time most of them call universities pa this time as I omo to me show up e benipem online first no na I want to say Shababino this time show up and
me kai time 2008 college na we had some of them me class cry no me oba ba ko be ma ba ko but ye batch ankasa de me omye be 4 or 5 or school and West School that facility they accommodate them. They have a hostel facility for them they accommodate them. At that time Sana Wesley College in Kwana na in across the country any 2 other colleges are na admitted and that's almost admission the ma and students. So let's
okay. Say short one so on ban on mining in forestries. I don't say me share galamsey fighting no ne ade flashy no to me a sign some person fighting but unim CCA alluvial gold mining so kosoro o man ka ho asama do alluvial gold mining e nsuo mu de no say excavation no kosoro nsuo ni mu no o just say no munya particles na no o maka ko mine there
yeah
o just say e so kosoro bebre and fine you can talk about say omo gold no anwia na man so no but you see you two enso ni mu ankasa so de and I feel say NDC as a party any MPP nyina no the way mana omo ne nam galamsey ni o man ho say jo maninji ho and so we go straight head on I mean we said this is a direction ayeko and I feel say even this is a step in the right direction but maninji how omo see e massage the next one here so John James say
Akoma FM 87.9
I will crack the ship on appointees amianka samefa edi o maye adwuma and my question to James and can you really crack the ship?
Can you really
crack the ship? Because ship ne crack no
that babies with sharp teeth pain
ship ne crack no so enough for more when o share the way I open akonyan boy si bua ye na boy ya ba be bi kakra was what in my OSP straight away was a me sack straight away and easy and I just say it is the major challenger various presidents are or maba Ghana because of say yeah pakomya no and kofo bi brebebre coincidentally say nya akomya no so wo muso no kofo so mutam yen sesi form pa and ma crack ship ne crack here den no and I'm hoping say jam looking around say or what just a term no so to me we know on crack the business on crack the business
fabo
on crack the business
fabo the boy the business
because I don't know who the next bia o ye
when na self to say be ma ba bi adri so wunya akonya so be so Ghana biwa o be ye the judin
crack the business
you get it o be ye na the judin na be ye na there right
so the last one 87.9 Jema say me working in pound say within 14 days obe nominate all the ministers within 14 days na lobby no kwa no lobby no kwa
but prince
lobby no kwa
prince the course me and now we're clear and you see 160 ministers it means that some of the ministries any deputies so
CCA
for the main ministers ankasa the enya de ma no bi pede no ho be
CCA dia see one now also wear expectation be now I say you start your lobbying
exactly
because when you say yamu be akọ economy and finance
dog so go say I want tell you
no mo ka chairman be ka say omu wodu ona de no bibia ngo to
no mo ku achiri wo
no ma ye
we yan to aba yan to gara to aba go ope I want boy I will
investigate the 58 million national cathedral scandal. Jem Boshi we yetwen and may I know so bia kran kai jema ye will to ablakwa the venerable
into the
member of parliament.
The question is that
there's a different thing in government and in opposition.
Jem nakasa kasa obo investigate and we are hoping say or investigate so we are findings na John Emra ma Pauli to
Willie you have 5 minutes why
yeah
you have 5 minutes into let's wrap up with you now
120 days
yeah
meaning said the people of the Ashanti region especially business owners who say hono na ya na many wo pa because we Ashanti region economy ne dia na we ka business owner na businesses are and private business are omuna economy no omukuram e wa ha na Sir John de tie ni His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, flag bearer of the NDC, say, scrap the following draconian taxes within our first 100 days in office to alleviate hardships and ease the high cost of doing business. And that is say, a tour ahodoa sami ebu engrofo kum. The first 100 days in the and so otimi we need 2024 no a. And number kumako ha a war na mamu mu ne de oba make sure say sa ma wedi na watimi aye yi level so be ye free o covid level be ye free 10% level on bet winnings obe ye free o am say investors any aje
oh said they no
office investors for how investors for how boys any aje emission levies will be here for import duty on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. Will be here for say you see Sir John
free zone. These are we are between their free zone and fast.
Good. Sir enyema we so if you was Sir John automatically the tiani say aduane bo beba form. What then it also means is that also spare parts bo eba form. Spare parts bo eba form one. I was say yentu fu omu kwan dia fair
and so form.
But the one kan wa ha ebia yenya ebebusa no eye kwan obefa so a dollar no so be dey ebeba form and you very very important because we are saying ma we nim na dollar na ama form a akwese kwasiko enso ogina enkwantia Sejon yami aduma mi give you say free eduada ekono yebekomu ye pa.
Thank you abusia manana MJ Seafood ase say ope octopus cassava fish monko ope lobsters tilapia babadi so be call MJ Seafoods ye kumase ye Santas runabout be a welcome ne one ye ni NS chemist and ben babadi say obeko number ni 0249479120 kumase ha number no akra so ye tesano apenkwa Benya Avenue Street no eso ene wo ye papaya fast food chipe hoda do here babadi so be call MJ Seafoods na nkran number no so 0246 302043 akra edie no babadi so be call ye de no ye de finsura no pen de ba ti babadi se oso be call na ya show na ye na grow fine about tonic grow fine grow very very fine ye na wanna say obetimi ajibi now so abo mo hye digital herbal clinic na dia badwaso kuma se makom runabout ye Bank of Africa number is 0244596532 Upper Create and Art Fashion School and so ba your ho a Jim Kwada yechon and near Kwanda Faswa it me organize events decoration hodo and designs hodo fashion no ye dia kran from 0243979562 0243979562 ye ti kwan wa 2 line Lizzy tomato mix Wamade soba jibinade wadriane bebo apa kama 0240949091 and your number which my friend and I feel so live long nutrition and diet clinic Wamade soba kona house suno ya shopa na bibi akosi edi amount and it is something say obaye nam bibi kwanso na kika bibi ndro haban ni nubnabum ye dia shawma hoto kama Wamade password woni bechirim live long nutrition and diet clinic ya wahifa ya watonso ahinsambo sum hoda be hu 0244715888 na 0277299133 eno number betimi afre na so one mpedifredi nkom adum ventures Evans Reverend Omono ai oba pa osi ya bra
se don na thank you for
ai nyame aduma brada ya betwa fa ho open curtains any blankets we have blankets you be out here be say see them no somebody so ko adumu abon ventures Reverend Amincha no and rain number is 0246126484 and after 0243333359 ebuja me na wanna say sanso and nyame adumu a Tuesday your election command center mon ya beba na adum ya be ba dem we de ya de ba ohuna no pen nti bo modi se be shetim no obi a pese ohunu bia nyame adom a
yes
omo abehu mu a wani bagia omo so ohunu ka se
FM 87
asma zini sawani eno sa na hia no bubu bara hia ka se oh Jack ni mo ya di o na sawani wa wuni Evans onye bema tinti gramu bia
we say election command center no
yes
beyond the voices behind the microphone now yes had them penny for pa eba kukudam in fact regional minister ade say oba
deputy defense minister
eba
ono na MP ma atwuma
kwa oba
yes
honorable Ebusei
former deputy Ashanti regional minister
eba
oba
in fact the Ashanti regional chairperson of the peace council
yes
the Ashanti regional electoral commission and I say EC
director
abato ne ekoto
yes
ubenya kwan no bisa questions the obechi wadwe bia no ya say Mr. Osemensa.
I mean, the bebua susu common so say. Nyame aduma by Tuesday no. Na omo fa forms near the constituencies near be data no.
Yes.
Nti that day the data no be mount. Independent candidates are omo ewo region na no.
Yes.
You have them.
Yes.
You have them.
And a program so say live on TV.
Live on TV.
And on your TV.
Yeah.
So and live on Akoma FM.
Live on Akoma FM all our platforms.
Who's there? And Ghana Kuman Kwanya they call and in fact as a matter of fact say Ghana Kuman ube hu wa bonten
yeah more
ube hu studio be kakre ube shia pa
na something that upie aye ni
yes na ye wieso a one the fireman a move here
yes
the fireman move here pe sure was no busuya
yeah
almost so AC form
yeah
omu free studio ba bonten
there is omu producer sure na tisa sure na processor no
yes
omu producer na
akwadi
producer no me
no fans so no class on the producer show no the award winning
yes
producer
me and me
ya boni din later ube no
from akese bo CBC
yes etinyame adoma Tuesday there emi say edum
how the eba yes nti nyame adomo a
oh regional police commander so
eba
regional police commander
obia eba na ena so yes omuntu aba no na voting ende nti mesema Fairlight Media Excellence Awards no monto abna de pa female Akanus Caster the code me JE191 Andrew Sakwabwa female male Akanus Caster JE230 obibiri akọ the best program producer TV and radio code me JE255 and afi Tony Best mid-morning show host JE238 and Tony Best was science entertainment show host JE157 Tony Best entertainment program TV and radio JE164 and a vote no ebana but what so be dial star 800 star 714 hash o select vote no enter nominee code number of votes abeso e ba ku bia e Ghana ntinumunto why we to 10 this year na confirmation amount number do enter number no amount no ba bia 10 20 Ghana na wa confirm na wa enter o code and our pin ewo the MTN na Airtel Tigo Telecel na no so akoso kama dia ba ma menche me ba ko Kenneth na ofia na Kenneth susu no adama oboye na wa organize team community peace gala ye be trabai ni nyina susu no e wo se ni nyina aboa na ne makosu kama nti amencha kan na yenkwen obisa ya dan bidi Adisa John obibiri akwen as usual of course and Benjamin Edune produce show no na na ade ko social media live Facebook and all our platforms YouTube ye call live ma yenna yen general manager so ase ono so no na owaha ya o the moral support e the team no den na yenko na fe jumadi akanto so na engineers so engineers Timo ene Paul enso so aboye ene enwumre ya ma yetimi the coverage ndi abro kama me yana wunyina se nyame adomu a Edwada Obesia yes na yasu Ghana suma santimai abuso akoswa tie ya Akoma 87.9 FM and there of course NDC day so